the Philippines. You're talking about colonialism. You're talking about the fact that the United States government picked a war with Spain in 1898, where Spain had been the colonizer, where Spain had controlled the Philippines. It picked a war, the United States with Spain, in order to steal the Philippines. You know that the name Philippines, you know where that comes from, right?
Yes.
That's from King Philip, Prince Philip of Spain. It's not their name in that way anymore than being a Negro is our name, or being a Jamaican, and this kind of thing that they've done to us. They create this false national consciousness. So they stole this territory, stole the people, and then they made war against the people forever, and they're still making war against the people. It is they who have imposed Ferdinand Marcos and his family, now his heirs, as the leadership of the Philippines. So I wanted to say something about that. And of course, we have to recognize what is happening with our Haiti. Most people do not have a good understanding of this question of Haiti and the role that it has played in fighting against the colonial system. In fact, the biggest crisis, the first major crisis that the whole colonial capitalist system faced was African making revolution in Haiti. African black people in Haiti fought the major colonial powers of the world and beat them, beat Spain, beat France, beat England back, and then made a revolution and declared that any slave on the planet Earth, if you get to Haiti, you're free. This is what happened with Haiti, the first liberated republican of black people in the Americas. And it has paid a price ever since then. They have done things to create an economic quarantine. You look at what's happened with Cuba, where Haiti was where they began this process of starving the people and make them bow down. Africans fought and won liberation in Haiti. And then all of the white powers of the world got together to force Africans in Haiti to pay reparations to France, who had enslaved us. We had to pay France for taking France's property, which was we, the African people ourselves. This is what we've been up against. And we cannot easily deal with that until we understand that we're looking at colonialism. And the whole colonial capitalist system got its origin in the attack on Africa and the forced dispersal of African people all around the globe. But they made a mistake in the sense that what they did was when they attacked Africa and forced us throughout the globe, they forced the African Revolution to various places around the earth. So they are fighting the African Revolution right now. That's what they're looking at. That's one of the things they're most concerned about in terms of the Uhuru movement. We say one Africa, one nation.
Uhuru, Uhuru, and good morning to everyone, and good afternoon to everyone who has joined us for the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations for our year in review as we discuss some of the major happenings in 2022 and our vision and the work that we have been doing. Let me first of all open this up by saying, we in the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations stand 100% behind our chairperson, our chairman, Omali Yeshitela, who is one of the co-founders of the Black is Back Coalition and also the founder of the African People's Socialist Party. And we will hear more about him later. But I just want that to be understood. We stand 100% behind him, behind the African People's Socialist Party, behind the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and the Uhuru Movement. We are 100% committed. You go after one, touch all. We are not afraid. We believe in our vision, and we will fight back. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
And again, it's been a very important, very pivotal year. We know that the United States government, they have shown us, but they never stopped showing us that they consider African people enemies to their colonialist government, which is a government of imperialism and trying to rule the world and wreaking havoc on the peoples of the world. And we say no to that. We are the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. We have a vision, we have a mission, and we will be free. We will be liberated. Africa will be liberated. We do not believe in the system of colonialism, and it must be overturned. We are on the side of righteousness. We are for justice, and we are against the oppression of all people. And next, so I just wanted to just start out with that opening. And again, we are going to be going over the things we have done in the past. We are going to be talking about the organizations that are part of this coalition. And we do encourage you all out there, if you haven't joined, to join and connect with us in this revolutionary, dynamic organization, this coalition of organizations and individuals. And we will be hearing a lot more about the work that we have done, but certainly, without a doubt, make no mistake about it, what happened on July 29th was an attack on all of us. And it just added one more battle that we must fight, and we will win in terms of seeking our revolution. And without further ado, I am going to introduce the secretary of this coalition, Sister Ilikia Ngoma. She is a member of the African People's Socialist Party. She is a dynamic, brilliant young woman. She is a musician. She's the musical director for us. And I know for the African People's Socialist Party, she's also does a lot of writing, and she helps to keep us abreast on the situation in Haiti, and while providing input in terms of how we need to navigate. Sister Ilikia Ngoma.
Uhuru. Thank you, Sister Lisa, for that introduction. My name is Ilikia Ngoma. I'm the Secretary of the Black is Back Coalition. And first, I would like to echo Sister Lisa's welcome to this Year in Review webinar. I am going to be presenting the steering committee of the coalition. I don't know if the engineer has that up, but I can pull it up as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So first we have Chairman Omali Ishatella, who is the chair of the Black is Back Coalition, as well as the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party. Next. We have Sister Lisa Davis, who is the vice chair of the coalition, as well as the chair of the healthcare working group. Thank you. Next slide. Myself, Ilikia Ngoma, the secretary of the coalition. Next slide. We have Sister Ikinge Mayele, who is the logistics coordinator of the coalition. Brother Dawood Kali, who is the chair of the Reparations working group, as well as a member of the Joko Collective, which is an organizational member of the Black is Back Coalition. Thank you. Yes. We have Brother Dr. Matsamela Odom, who is the chair of the Black Community Control of the Police working group, as well as the representative of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement as an organizational member of the coalition. Next slide. We have Brother Jamu Baraka, who represents the Black Alliance for Peace. Sister Belinda Parker Brown, who represents the Louisiana United International. Sister Betty Davis, representative of the New Abolitionist Movement, as well as the chair of the Education Working Group. Reverend Edward Pinkney, who represents the Black Autonomy Network Community Organization. Brother Jihad Abdulmamit, who represents the Jericho movement of the organization. He also works very closely with the Free All Political Prisoners Working Group of the coalition. Sister Nellie Belly, a longtime member of the coalition who represents the Harlem Anti-War Coalition Against War at Home and Abroad. Brother Ralph Pointer, who represents the Lynn Stewart organization, as well as is the chair of the Free All Political Prisoners Working Group. Sister Yejide Orinmila, the president of the African National Women's Organization, as well as its representative on as a part of this as an organizational member of the coalition. Brother Life Malcolm, who represents the Black People's Advancement and Defense Organization. Brother Zaki Baruti, the President General of the Universal African People's Organization, as well as its representative on the steering committee of the coalition. We have the Joko Collective, which is represented by Sister Tasha Thomas, Brother Yusuf Imhotep, and Sister Jamila Feemster. Sister Amanda Wallace, who represents Operation Stop CPS. Brother Paul Pumphrey, the co-founder of Friends of the Congo, which had been a longtime collaborator with the coalition and is now a member of the coalition. One of our recent organizations, the Black Panther Party San Diego, represented by Comrade Robert War Williams. And we also always remember Brother Glenn Ford, who represented the Black Agenda Report. He was a founding member of the coalition. Thank you. So now I will be introducing the chairman and the leadership of the coalition. This is Chairman Omali Shatella, who will be providing us with an opening statement as well as a summation of 2022. Uhuru Chairman, the floor is yours.
Uhuru. Thank you very much, Secretary Elike Nguma. And I want to express my appreciation to this incredible steering committee that you just introduced. I'll say some things more about the significance of this steering committee, or certainly of the organization of the coalition that hopefully will highlight the significance of the steering committee in general terms, and specifically right now at this time in our history. I want to also indicate that of the steering committee, Comrade Zaki Baruti is here on the ground with us in St. Louis. As we've indicated, or should be indicated, that the theme of this webinar on today, this conference, is the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations 2022 Year in Review. And this is something that we have done annually for a while now. And the theme is the FBI tax, because Black is back. And that is extremely important. And before I talk more, I'll begin the discussion about the year in review and the significance of the theme. I would just like to share with everyone here the declaration from the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination that was adopted by the Black is Back Coalition in August of November, it seems, of 2016. After a year-long process of holding state conventions to adopt this national Black political agenda for self-determination throughout the United States, certainly in 11 different states and the District of Columbia. It's important. It's important because the coalition itself was a response to the fact that our movement, our people who were organized trying to deal with the contradictions of living under US domestic colonialism, and many of us, longtime activists, being involved in struggle for many, many years were in many ways working in isolation from each other. Even though we may have been familiar with each other, there was no coherent message, generally speaking, that united us. There was no organizational structure that united us at a very critical time in the history of our movement. And the coalition was a response to that. So that now, even though we have different organizations doing extraordinarily important work in different places throughout the United States, we didn't indicate where many of the organizations and leaders of the steering committee are located, but we are scattered throughout the United States. But we are united now in a way that we were not united before. And not only are we united around a common national Black agenda for self-determination that has been voted on not only by this steering committee, but by African people in this process that we initiated throughout the United States. And I just want to read the declaration for that. Before even saying something about the declaration, I would point out that there are 19 different points for this national Black political agenda for self-determination. They include a point defending, number one, defending and advocating for the rights of African women. And number two, defending the African family, demanding an immediate halt to the attacks on the Black family, which is a genocidal campaign rooted in the Atlantic slave trade and embedded in US public and private policy. Number three, Black community control of the police. This is our response as a coalition, united. Right now, something like 18 organizations strong, united, that the response to what is happening to us, the declaration that has to come from African people around the George Floyds, around the Mike Brown, around the numbers of Africans who have been killed throughout this country by so-called law enforcement, that we have a response, that the thing that has apparently befuddled the United States government and various other politicians and leaders in this country, that the basic response is that the Black community, the most democratic response is that African people ourselves should have democratic control of, community control of the police in our communities. 4, free all political prisoners. 5, roll back and end mass Black incarceration. Reparations to our people. Self-defense as a right, a human right that African people. That the banks should be nationalized. That full employment and a national minimum income. That everyone has the right to housing that is safe and secure and habitable and affordable, with freedom from forced evictions and the process of redlining that's been traditionally used to deny housing to Black people. We demand a halt to gentrification. We demand Black businesses be nurtured in this country by public development banks. We demand the right to free education through postgraduate level. We demand free universal quality healthcare for all. Voting rights. We believe in the right to vote to effectively express a preference for political candidates, parties, and social policies. That this is an inalienable right, the deprival of which results in a kind of social death. In this sense, the vote belongs to communities and peoples as much as it does to individuals. Therefore, in addition to an irrevocable right to vote, we demand the use of proportional representation, voting systems that more effectively reflect Black people's political aspirations and opinion. We demand US out of Africa and Latin America, that the West must pay its debt to Africa and its descendants, that free Palestine, down with Israeli apartheid, and that climate change and toxic pollution created by capitalism must end. These are the 19 points constituting the national Black political agenda for self-determination that this coalition represents. I just want to say something about the declaration, because I think it's timely, and I think it also speaks to this whole issue of the FBI attacks that this conference is themed. And it reads the declaration, a critical moment in our history is upon us. And this is from 2016. A critical moment in our history is upon us. In addition to the traditional centuries-long destitution and political repression that has characterized our existence and distorted virtually all our intracommunal relations within the United States, there is now an escalation of police and other white violence directed at our people that demands a coherent response. The entire world is in a state of turmoil. The vast majority of the world's population that experiences poverty and cruelty as normal features of life is in a state of rebellion. Because the world capitalist system owes its existence to the enslavement of our people and colonial domination of much of the world, capitalism rests uneasily on a fault line of oppression. The historical oppression of our people stems from this cruel fact of history. Like most peoples of the world, we trace our current conditions of existence to the birth of the capitalist system at the expense of our happiness and human and material resources. We recognize the escalation of terror against Black people that includes state and popular attacks and police and civilian murder. We understand that the prominent expressions of white nationalism revealed through the electoral process to select a new president of the United States are due to the growth of resistance among oppressed populations of the world and within the United States. We recognize that the apparent social peace within the United States over the past 35 years or so has been illusory, a product of the successful brutal assault by the US government on the struggle of Black people for justice and power in the 1960s. Our movement was obstructed by state-imposed repression that included the political murders of important leaders from our community. Among these leaders were Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and others. The false sense of social peace during this past period also depended on the disruption of the then developing Black agenda that demanded peace, democracy, an end to poverty, political oppression, and the acquisition of Black power. The US government and its minions of appointed or anointed Black leaders have contributed to a defeatist outlook among our people that reduces our struggle to vain attempts to influence the two major US political parties to include the interests and aspirations of our people in the otherwise ruthless, terror-inducing imperialist agenda they normally represent. The US government's assault on our independent movement for Black political power has created a worldview that promotes the US electoral process as the only viable means of forging and pursuing an agenda favorable to our interests. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations does not believe that our future should be in the hands of any institution that does not have its origins within our own community and has not been forged through the struggles of our people. With our national Black political agenda for self-determination, we claim responsibility for our own future, independent of the Democratic and Republican parties or any other organization or institution external to our community. We are fully aware of the long history of betrayal of our people by both parties and refuse to submit our destiny to a slavish dependency on either of them. As conscious women and men, we are declaring our intent to guarantee a future for our children and generations to come by creating an independent agenda for the progress of our people. We know that this agenda is not all-encompassing. It cannot be. Our movement is in a developing stage, having been re-energized, most recently by the August 9th, 2014 uprising of poor, working class young people on Canfield Drive in Ferguson, Missouri, after the police murder of 18-year-old Michael Brown. We recognize that our national Black political agenda for self-determination is in contention with the decisions made for us by our rulers of the United States. Their servants in our midst and other African people who may have legitimate disagreements with our views. But we cannot wait. History will not permit hesitation at this critical juncture. Our people demand participation in creating the future that awaits us. This development of our national Black political agenda for self-determination is not an attempt to create a new political party or organization. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice and Reparations is a coalition in the truest sense of the word. We are an organization of organizations and individuals who have chosen to unite around a common set of principles for self-determination and a conscious struggle against world imperialism. We have seen the defeat of previous attempts to create a Black agenda by prematurely creating new political formations before basic principles and organizational relationships were firmly established that required first loyalty to our people rather than to the Democratic Party. We call on all organizations currently not affiliated with the Black is Back Coalition to join us as part of a process that will extend the political influence of all our movements and organizations while preserving the independence of each. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations does not attempt to function as a substitute for any existing organization. We simply provide a forum, a space for the overall expansion of our struggle for self-determination beyond the capacity of most individual organizations. We can see the world created by slavery and colonialism collapsing before our very eyes. The decline of imperialist white power is visible for the world to see and experience. Not only are the heroic peoples of the Middle East, South America, and Asia engaging imperialism in heated battles for control of their sovereignty and resources, so also are our people throughout Africa, Haiti, and various other places in the world, including Europe. The struggle against colonialism has breached the citadels of Europe and the US. White people of Europe, of France, and Belgium, for example, are living lives with the kind of insecurity that is common to in the colonial territories of Africa and the Middle East, from which Europe has extorted lives and resources for centuries. We are taking up the task of developing our national Black political agenda for self-determination while in the throes of a maturing resistance that is primarily a response to open police murder of African men, women, and children. In Dallas, Texas, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the actions of Micah, Xavier Johnson, and Gavin Cosmo Long represent the clearest movement toward an armed response to African murders by the US domestic military occupation forces since 1972, when Mark Essex initiated an attack on the New Orleans Police Department. Like Essex, Johnson and Long briefly exposed the vulnerability and incompetence of US police forces with their attacks on domestic military occupation forces in Dallas, Texas on July 7th and Baton Rouge on July 17, 2016. The moment is urgent and history requires us to move decisively and without hesitation. It is within this context that we offer this national Black political agenda for self-determination for discussion and adoption by our people. And this was adopted by our people in a national convention that happened in 2016, again in Washington, DC. So I wanted to mention that. I think it's extremely important to say something about this coalition. Most of us understand that one of the reasons for the theme of this conference, that FBI attacks because Black is back, stems from the fact that on July 29th of last year, of 2022, the Federal Bureau of Investigation attacked my home in St. Louis. It attacked various of our institutions in St. Louis and in St. Petersburg, Florida, homes of members of our organizations, the institution. They stole incredible amounts of material. They stole computers and cell phones and and other means through which we might communicate, and other things that had information that they wanted to attain from us. And while this was supposed to be a demonstration of some kind of strength and power, it was based on some false and ludicrous charge that the work that I have done for the last 50 years or more, that the Uhuru movement has done for the last 50 years was at the behest or in the employ of Russia, and not due to the contradictions that African people ourselves are confronted with. They said that we were engaged in the electoral process in 2017 and 2019, where for the first time in the history of this country, the reparations demand was placed on the ballot by candidates that we ran for office. For the first time in history, the question of gentrification of our communities was placed on the ballot. For the first time in history, Black community control was placed on the ballot. They are saying that we did this at the behest of Russia. They're saying that because we participated in a tour, 4-city tour, throughout the United States, demanding, asking African people, highlighting the genocide, the violation of the United Nations Convention on the Crime and Punishment of Genocide, that this was something that was done because Russia wanted it done, that Russians paid us to do this. Obviously, this is false. I mean, this whole struggle, nobody in this world, nobody in the United States has fought for the right to vote and shed blood for it like Black people have in this country. And to say that somehow the Russians inspired us to engage in electoral politics, when the fact is what inspired us to engage in electoral politics was an assumption at different times that we would pursue our interests as a people through the election that had been denied to us historically. And our churches were bombed and leaders were assassinated and children were viewed by peoples around the world having fire hoses turned on them for simply demonstrating for the right to vote. This is our history. This has nothing to do with Russia. And I'm a part of that history. And at 81 years of age, I cannot think of a single day in my life where Black people were not being oppressed. For the 81 years I've been alive, Black people have been struggling, and longer than that, to fend off the oppression and exploitation that we've experienced historically in this country. And in fact, it was oppression that brought us here. And we have had to live with oppression since we have been here. And somehow the assumption that the Russians had to hire us to fight for our own freedom is not only insane, but it is an insult to Black people that presupposes that we don't have the intelligence ourselves to fight in our own interests without the intervention of some other power. It is ridiculous. It's an insult. And it's based on the assumption, not law, it's based on the assumption that there are enough white people and others in this country who would subscribe to the notion of the stupidity of African people that we would require them or somebody else to tell us what to do. Maybe Biden should tell us what to do. I would tell Biden what to do. And part of what I would say to Biden is that I fought personally in 1960s, before the Voting Rights Act was passed, and during the period when there was discussion for that to occur, I was the one who was in Madison, Florida, who was threatened by a mob of white people because I was registering Black people to vote. I was the one who faced the Alachua County Sheriff in Gainesville, Florida, because I took a group of African people to vote for the first time in a hostile environment where that was not permitted. But Biden, Biden, the one whose government now is charging me or alleging that somehow we violated some kind of law having to do with elections, Biden is on record as being opposed to school busing. Biden is on record as being opposed to the Civil Rights Bill. Biden is on record as being the one who gave liberals an excuse for opposing the rights of Black people. And he is the one who, his government, this regime, is the one that would persecute me around the electoral process. Oh, no. And then we have the situation where they say that because we oppose, that because we say the US government is guilty of violation of the United Nations Convention on the crime of punishment and the crime of genocide, that somehow the Russians had us to do this. Well, that convention was passed in 1948. By 1951, Black people were at the United Nations. We charged genocide. People like William Patterson. And then we had a situation with Paul Robeson and others who were accusing the United States of government of being a party to the genocide of Black people in this country. But they didn't want to have to deal with genocide against Black people. They don't have to answer that question. All they got to do is say that we won't speak to that because the Russians got these Negroes saying it. And so put them in jail for saying it. Put them in jail for running for office because the Russians had them do it. Not because they're saying reparations, not because Kamala Harris, who was the vice president, was given permission to talk about reparations about our campaign in St. Petersburg, Florida in 2017. Not because others have had to discuss that question when they run for office. So anyway, it is ridiculous. And it speaks more to their crisis than anything else. And also, they say, I went to Moscow. And I did go to Moscow. But when I went to Moscow, before I went to Moscow, I had been to Ireland during the period of British colonialism to work with the Irish, who I got to sign to have a press conference demanding reparations for African people, demanding that the United States should ratify the Genocide Convention of the United Nations, because even after the Genocide Convention was passed, it took 40 years before the United States government even ratified it. I went to Moscow, but before I ever went to Moscow, I was in Nicaragua. Before I went to Moscow, I was in Suriname. I've been to various other places around the world trying to organize people to support the struggle of Black people and to unite with others who were oppressed. And what they're saying to you is that if you have ever taken a trip, if you have ever united with any struggle outside of this country or inside this country even, that they can charge you with the same thing. They did it to W.E.B. Du Bois in 1951. W.E.B. Du Bois, who worked with them when they were pursuing Garvey more than 100 years ago. In 1951, when he was 83 years old, was charged with the very same thing that they have charged me with. This is the reality that we're confronted with. So I'm supposed to be a non-indicted co-conspirator with a Russian who's in Moscow, who ain't never going to be here to face trial. I am facing charges, not just me. There are three others of us. Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, Akile Anais. There are three others of us facing so-called unindicted co-conspirators on these flimsy charges. And the charges that they are imposing, that they are suggesting is somehow being a violating a Foreign Agent Registration Act. That I'm a foreign agent because I fight for Black freedom and have done it for 60 years of my life. I'm a foreign agent. That's a hell of a statement for them to be making. So this is a charge. It's ridiculous, and we're going to fight against that. So I just want to say quickly some things. Like because of the work that this coalition has done, the significance of this coalition is that we have introduced to the world, we have reintroduced the question of colonialism. Because before the significance of this coalition, before pulling all these organizations together to give a coherent statement to the world of what it is that we are fighting against and fighting for, now we were duped and kept into this mindless position of fighting against what they call racism, which is a fight to make white people like us. And it doesn't have any defining features that you can talk about overcoming. You don't even know when you won the struggle against racism, but colonialism, you know, because colonialism is concrete. It manifests itself in the world in concrete ways, and it shows us how the struggle of African people in this country is similar to the struggle of other oppressed peoples around the world. And so what you can see now is you can't pick up a newspaper article. You can't go to social media now and not find people are talking about colonialism, settler colonialism, all kinds of tons of books have been written. Even the New York Times just recently came out with a whole series talking about how colonialism in Haiti, how French sucked out enough resources, France did from Haiti, that we built the Eiffel Tower with the resources that came from Black people here. This is the reality that we're talking about. That they're even standing here in Missouri, as I am right now, is on the land of the indigenous people. This is a colonial project that we are talking about. America is a colonial project. And the oppression of the peoples around the world is part of what we have come to understand is a colonial mode of production. That all production happening in the world today occurs within a colonial context. It's a parasitic relationship, and peoples of the world are struggling to get out of it. Now, the US and the so-called West is experiencing a powerful crisis. For example, 2022, we saw a situation where the United States faced with a $30 trillion debt, national debt. That's larger than the United States economy. But the fact of the matter is that the United States has always spent more than what it had. It was able to do that because what it had was coming from Africa, coming from from throughout the Americas and other places around the world. It never has had those kinds of resources, but $30 trillion, that's a hell of a lot of money. How can you be this larger than the economy of the United States? So that's part of the crisis that we're looking at. And we're looking at a situation of where the crisis manifests itself in this massive disruptive truck convoy that tied down the whole capital of Canada. We saw and we saw in March the thing that happened but throughout history. I mean, throughout this last period, Roe versus Wade crisis. All kinds of political and economic crises abounded. The crisis with the environment was one of the things that the people have had to deal with. And I just want to say that a couple of things quickly. So in terms of the significance of 2022, in terms of events, you know that August and July, on August, we saw that the FBI did search Mar-a-Lago, which is Trump's house. They didn't use any flashbang grenades. They didn't use any armored vehicles to attack them like they did us. And then other things of significance too, in September, Queen Elizabeth died. And I think it was on December, the former Pope died. And what makes that significant is both of them are symbols of the feudal order that existed in Europe. And Europe pulled itself out of this feudal order through colonialism, through enslaving Black people, and then transferring the colonial edifice throughout the world. It was this attack on Africa by Portugal first that was a non-entity until it attacked Africa and initiated this trade in Black people that swept the planet Earth. This is the thing that gave significance to them. This is the emergence of the white man in history came as a consequence of this attack. The emergence of Europe, there was no Europe when they attacked us. And so when you see the death of the Pope, the other Pope, the death and the crisis of the Catholic Church even now, and the death of the Queen, who played a major role in advancing the struggle against our people in Kenya, where the British killed at least 300,000 people. You see, and tortured so many more of our people there. this is the end of an era that gave rise to the colonial mode of production that we are now facing and fighting against. And peoples around the world are engaged in this struggle as well. So I just wanted to make those points. There's a lot that we're going to be talking about moving forward. And when we're looking at reviewing the year 2022, and I know that some of the things that we were talking about is going to be will be a bit different from how the United States government and the colonizers are summing up 2022. So with that, Comrade Sister Lisa, I'm going to surrender the mic, and let's move forward with the program. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru. This is Secretary Elikia. Thank you, Chairman, for that brilliant overview. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to take away from the time that we have right now, which is for discussion amongst not only steering committee members, but all who are participating with us, whether that's on Zoom, Facebook, or in person. We have 20 minutes allotted for discussion, question, and answers. Uhuru. Uhuru,
moving forward to this in terms of really significant events of this 2022 was the prisoners of war and political prisoners, African people who sacrificed. I mean, in the face of this thing about Russia being responsible for us, struggling for our freedom, we got people who they've kept in prison, rotting in prisons. Their crime was fighting for the happiness of Black people. In December, Joe Biden summoned 49 heads of state from the continent of Africa, because for the first time since the 1960s, he's in contention with China and Russia and other powers in terms of trying to win the loyalty of peoples around the world, including Africa, which is critical to everything that they're talking about, and the attacks on the Uhuru movement and the attacks, which, by the way, is an attack on the coalition itself. And so here Biden has 49 heads of state there. And then he tells them that he wants to apologize for what he calls the original sin of America. And who's been talking about the original sin of America? This is a quote from Karl Marx that I have used over and over again, because he said that the whole question of turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of Black skins, this was the equivalent in political economy. This has the equivalence of original sin in theology. And so Biden is apologizing for the original sin. I don't know if the Pope that just died absolved the United States for this sin that it committed against us, but if it didn't, then why the hell did they lock up Mutulu Shakur? And why did they kill Malcolm X? And why have they done all these other things? And what they are trying to do is avoid the real issue, that when they talk about locking me up for election process, for being in an election, and they like to brag about how the United States and other countries, there's electoral violence that happens all the time. There has never been a time when electoral violence did not happen in this country. That's what they were doing when they were putting fire hoses on Black children who in Birmingham, Alabama, who just wanted to vote. When they bombed our churches, that was political violence that they were initiating against us. And Malcolm X died, political violence. Mark Clark, political violence. Fred Hampton, political violence. Martin Luther King, political violence. July 29th, when they attacked my house at 5 o'clock in the morning, and others using flashbang grenades and whatever, political violence. It is something that has always accompanied the reality politics inside the United States. I just wanted to say those things. I think it's really important. Sundiata Kohli of Sada Shakur, running from political violence, from cops who tried to kill her on the New Jersey Turnpike, 1972, 1973. Political violence. That's what and the Russians didn't do that. And they wanted, but in 1960s, comrades, I'm gonna move back to where they were able to have an element of success. 1969, as you know, they arrested 21 members of the Black Panther Party, charged them with more than 140 offenses of conspiracy. Just the four of us to charge with conspiracy. They had 21 members of the Black Panther, longest trial in the history of New York. Some of the people who we know were there. Sundiata was there. And there were others who we have come to know who were there, and that Yoruba Moore was there. Afeni Shakur, Tupac's mama, was one of them. And with a trial that lasted more than 2 years, every one of them was exonerated. Now, neither of them was convicted, and Afeni Shakur defended herself in the court. And so this is what we are talking about. That the fact is that freedom has always been illegal for Black people in this country. If you don't believe it, they're putting Nat Turner on trial. He broke the law when he tried to get free. John Brown, who worked with him, broke the law. They put him on trial, killed him as a consequence of that. And so that's just been the reality that we faced with historically, and now they want to make the Russians, our try to be free is something that the Russians are responsible for, when the fact is that freedom has always been against the law for Black people in this country. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, everyone. And as our sister Elikia was saying, this is the question Q&A discussion part of the webinar. So please, if you have any questions, if you're in the Zoom room with us, please put them in the Q&A. We can see them better if you put them in the Q&A instead of the chat. And please, our panelists on who have joined us, please feel free to open up with some questions and discussions.
Uhuru, Chairman.
Uhuru.
Yes, I have a question. This scene that we're living in at this particular time, escalation, a war on Africans. Do you see this ramping and amping up internationally? And what do you see as an outcome should we not come together as African internationals? Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you, comrade. I think that was Sayero. Was that Sayero? Yeah, Uhuru.
Yes. Yes.
First of all, thank you. I do see it ramping up, and I think I see it ramping up because they have no defense. It's like somebody who's in a fight and you know, they're getting their brains knocked out, and they either they surrender or they fight like hell to try to keep it from happening. I do think it's extremely. We have said that and characterized this period right now as the final offensive against colonialism that African people are engaged in, peoples of the world, that this thing is over and they're fighting to try to hang on to something that's untenable. And I think that the existence of this coalition and the evidence that we've seen, I can't even count the number of people who have indicated support and solidarity and organizations with the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement since this attack was initiated. I mean, we have some weaknesses in terms of pulling it all together and giving it the kind of organizational form and shape that we need for it to have, but people are surely moving in the right direction. And this is not just something that's happening inside the United States. There are demonstrations that have happened at U.S. embassies in South Africa since this has happened, and in London. And people throughout the African world are engaged in this discussion and talking about how to be connected in defending the party in this movement. So I think that what they have done, I saw I've seen various articles that have been printed by people who are not even related to us, have nothing to do with it, coming out strong support because they are opposed to this thing. Some thing I was listening to just a few minutes ago where somebody was saying, I'm a white Republican conservative, and I don't believe in what the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement believes in, but I'm opposed to what the FBI is doing. This intrusion into the people's lives, the way it's happening, is just unacceptable. So they are dealing with a real serious crisis. Half the people in this country right now, according to their polls, half the people in this country looking at January 6th, and you know there are these trials going on and indictments around January 6th that we saw as an indication that they would probably try to lump us into that whole indictment process. Half the people in this country is saying that forget about it. they don't unite with indicting the people from January 6th. That's half the population here. There's a massive disagreement with how things are happening in this country. I've seen polls that said that more than half the people in this country, no, not people, but registered voters in this country think that the system has to be overturned. So this is their contradiction they're trying to resolve. I do believe that we're seeing more and more people moving toward trying to deal with this. And just to say one other thing, just about the speciousness of this whole thing and how phony it is, I'll talk to you about how they arrested one person in our movement right outside here, and they charged him with making terroristic threats. That's say they arrested him, and then they got him down to the jail. And after 5 hours, wanted to ask him how many members are there in the party. How did the people feel about what we just did in arresting him? This kind of stuff. They have nothing to do. Well, they dropped the so-called making terroristic attacks charges. And then a magazine, what do you call it, internet magazine that seemed to have been created just for this purpose, claims that I turned Zaki Baruti, President General Zaki Baruti, and Cori Bush into agents to Russian agents as well. I turned them into, Zaki Baruti was been doing this work, longer than I've been alive. So this is the kind of garbage that they're putting out there, and it's slanderous. It's an attempt to isolate us, to keep people afraid to connect with us, and it's backfiring on them because more and more people are moving in our direction as a consequence of this. Uhuru. So Yaro, that's the kind of response I have.
Uhuru, Chairman, I appreciate the answer. Uhuru.
Is Zaki, Comrade Zaki had.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
I just wanted to say that I totally unite with your analysis that you just presented, but I also like to simply add in terms of with the FBI, in terms of its attacks because Black is back, but that's just the nature of the beast that we're dealing with. Yeah. And everybody has to be clear that this institution came into existence, and one of its first efforts at assassinating the character and the imprisonment of us as a people was against the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. And it's continued and been nonstop whenever it has a sense that our people are organized into a powerful degree for self-justice and determination. So again, that's my comment, as well as I have a question though. And again, the emphasis of the comment that we're dealing with a beast. And so we have to act accordingly. My question in terms of, has a legal team been built around the case, a potential case? And is there a time frame that you're looking at possibly might occur as far as an actual indictment?
Good, thank you so much. I want to thank Comrade Zaki for those comments. And this issue of the legal aspect of it is really important because we have been led to believe that indictments were imminent. In fact, so much so that we believe that it could happen any day, any minute right now. We have good reason to believe that indictments are imminent, but they were more imminent, it seemed, 2 weeks ago than now, possibly. Because when I say that, because listen, we had good reason to believe that and still that hasn't been changed, that indictments are imminent. We have an extraordinary team of lawyers and who express all kinds of enthusiasm, at least one of them wanting to battle them and feeling like this is going to be an historic case. And the fact is that this charge of the two things about it, this whole thing about being the Foreign Agents Registration Act, that's so ambiguous that they can make it anybody. They can make anybody who's ever been involved in anything, they can make you a foreign agent if they want to. So it's a really ambiguous charge that they use. It's a political charge that they use against people. Secondly, this so-called non-indicted co-conspirators. Like I'm a non-indicted co-conspirator. They don't name me, you see, and they don't name Penny Hess, and they don't name Jesse Neville, and they don't name Akile Anai, but anybody, but when they out there on Redwood, where you stood with me, Zaki Baruti, on July 29th, after this assault, the same morning where you stood with me, the FBI agents who had zip-tied me, had handcuffed my wife on a Zanae Shatella behind her back, said, this is gonna make big news. This is what they said. So the point is that this was a real political thing, but everybody knows who it is, but they don't use our name. And since they don't use our name, then we have no legal standing. So you can't go to court and say, hey, they're doing this to me, they're doing that to me. Nobody has charged us with anything. So all the time they're not charging me, they've got tons and tons of emails. They've got tons, all kinds of materials that we talked about and discussed over the years, et cetera. And they're going through to construct the narrative that would tell the story that they want to tell. But it's bogus. And I can tell you and everybody who is here that, first of all, even while I recognize that we are victimized by a colonial law, and colonial law will never make the colonizers, will give the colonizers the right to resist colonialism, just like slavery never gave the enslaved the right to resist slavery, even though we recognize that the charges are bogus, that we have not done what they claim we've done. We have not taken a single penny from the Russian government. And that's just an objective truth. So we have incredible lawyers, and we are anticipating, as I mentioned, the probability of indictments any minute. And that was one of the reasons that gave some urgency to this meeting right now.
One yeah. Question. So what is and you know how
yeah.
works, what is the level of so-called penalty?
Right. So right now they've identified 3 possible charges, offenses, and the minimum of 3 possible offenses with a minimum of 5 years each. In fact, this is an assassination attempt where I'm concerned. You know, I'm 81 years old, and for them to do this is a form of assassination by another name. So they locked me up for 15 years. I'm not supposed to ever walk again, you know, out here, you know, among the people. That's the objective of what they are trying to do. So that's a minimum of what they're talking about. And it's much bigger than that, because they're the ones who set the terms of how many other charges that they're going to hook on to what they've alleged up to now. Yeah.
Okay, Huru, Chairman O'Malley, and I certainly appreciate your summary and your analysis of this whole opening up this very powerful webinar. I have a question. You remember when they took Dr. Sebi to the trial because, you know, of his profound evidence that proved that, you know, what they charged him, what he did not do. So, you know, how do you feel about going to trial with this whole ordeal?
Well, here's what I think. As long, and I'm not dodging this question at all. And as long as we live under this system, they're going to take us to trial if they want to, or they're going to assassinate. They're going to do a Malcolm X to us, or Martin Luther King, how they took him out and what have you. And they're going to come 5 o'clock in the morning, like they 4 o'clock in the morning, like they did Fred Hampton. So all of those are possibilities. And nobody ever paid a price for killing Fred. Nobody ever paid a price for the assassination of Malcolm or Martin Luther King, or any of the horrible things that they've done to us. And so, and they have tried. Look at all these brothers and sisters. We're talking about people who are just now political prisoners of war. I mean, Biden talking about the original sin, and yet, you know, we got people like Matulu just getting out. Then the judge said we'll let him out when we think he's about to die. We got incredible forces like Sundiata Macaulay. You have to know these people where you don't have to. But these are incredible forces. Assad Shakur running for a life, hiding in Cuba, and what have you. So they are capable of doing anything they want to do. And the thing is that they would offer me, and they've offered people, if you want to, you can just come in and snitch, and we'll plead guilty and snitch. And some people, may even come and snitch, but they ain't got nothing to snitch about. That's the problem that they got. They have nothing to snitch about, except that we try to pursue every aspect of the democratic space that we have fought and died for as Black people. So they can take me to trial. And what my lawyer said in the discussion, I think it was yesterday, that she's going to enjoy this. She said she's going to enjoy this because what they're going to do is set up a situation for me to put forth all the work and my whole history, before the court and before the world. And that this is something that's going to backfire on them altogether. Because I can talk 80 years of oppression by Black people, and so if what they tried to do is do this to shut us up, to say, so that we wouldn't talk about the oppression of African people, because we're looking at a moment in time where in this contest with Russia, China, Iran, other forces around the world, the United States is trying to present itself as this great democracy fighting against autocracies. And so they don't, if they're such a great democracy, how the hell do they explain George Floyd? How the hell do they explain a white man going and shooting up 9 Black people in the church? How do they explain, Brooklyn, not Brooklyn, but Buffalo, New York, where all these Africans were killed? They can't explain it. How can they explain what they did to Breonna Taylor? They can't explain it. So instead of explaining it, they say that people who talk about this, we don't have to explain it. Anybody who's talking about it is working for Russia. And therefore we put them in jail, not because they said something, but because they said it because Russia told them to say it. So this is what they want. So the thing is this: I can fold up my tent, I can shut up and not say anything. And I could, they even suggested my lawyer at one point that if I wanted to come in, and because the lawyer said, here's the lawyer saying, look, here that you've got these charges. I'm the lawyer. So what we want from you is to say that you'll come to us. If you plan to indict or put them in jail, come to us, and then they can voluntarily turn themselves in. So their response is, if you want to come and confess, if you want to come and talk to us or something to that effect, we can work something out. And they've done that not just in my case, but other cases as well. So if I wanted to fold up the tent, if I wanted to make some kind of concessions on the right of Black people to be free, if I wanted to do that, then they would make a deal. In fact, I would be a great example for that. And I say that we go to trial. We'll go to trial, but the trial has already begun as far as I'm concerned. And our objective is to put them on trial. Let America stand trial. And that's what they're trying to avoid. That's what they're trying to avoid. Let America stand trial. They took 130,000 signatures that people had signed on petitions to take the United States before the United Nations for violation of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. They stole them because they can't stand the scrutiny. I can stand the scrutiny. The party can stand the scrutiny. The Uhuru movement can stand the scrutiny. And the Black is Back coalition can stand the scrutiny. Can the United States? No. Yeah. And that's why they want to shut us up.
Uhuru! We need a 701.
Yeah, I see Brother Dawood has his hand up. I want to read a couple of the comments that are in the Q&A section as well. And then after I read that, Brother Dawood, you can go with your question, and then we could take the answers. And could the moderators tell us how we're doing on time? But Elisha Jennings, she says, Uhuru Chairman, what can we expect in 2023 in terms of how the crises in the system exhibits itself in the politics of the United States? Our brother Cam Howard, so glad that Cam Howard is in the room with us. He said, that seeing the power of a small faction of the Republican Party's ability to shut down the Congress from starting and working, should this be an example to Black people as to the demands we want from the so-called Congressional Black Caucus? What a joke, that's what I added, particularly around the issue of reparations. And you also said there's like 20 Republicans exerting power, and there are like over 53 Congressional Black Caucus members. Basically, I think the Republicans are making them look like damn fools, but you know, that's my opinion. And Brother Dawood, do you want to ask your question as well? And then we can take answers that will sort of incorporate all those questions.
Yeah, my question for the chairman. Since that time of the raid, have you received any of the confiscated materials that they took, like the equipment and like the phones and the computers? Have you received any of that back?
No, we spent a minimum of $40,000 in terms of replacing those materials and repairing the damage that they've done for knocking down doors and breaking windows and damage at our homes and places like that. So there have been $40,000 at minimum that we spent on that, and we have not received anything back from them. They don't intend to give it back to us. And they don't even expect that you believe what they said about us. They don't expect that the majority of the people necessarily believe in what they've said about us. They just think they've got the guns and the power and they can do what they want to do without any kind of consequences. And I think that's what they're looking at. And of course, they are looking at consequences, the possibility of consequences. And the reality is that they cannot conflate this thing that they have with Black people with the contradictions that's existing between the body politic of the colonizers. I mean, you know, January 6th was real. I mean, those were white spider people climbing up the walls of the Capitol and defecating in the hollowed halls of the US Capitol and chasing the vice president, talking about hanging him. Those were white people doing. There are white organizations right now, as we have this discussion, who are working overtime. They have responsible for hundreds of pieces of legislation out there in the world now that would prohibit or limit the ability of Black people to vote. In Florida, I think they got a thing that says you can't even bring a glass of water to somebody who's standing in line to vote. And this is kind of stuff that they're doing. And they're talking about we are working with the Russians somehow to embarrass the United States, you know, about elections and stuff like that. Those are white people who are doing that. They have a profound contradiction, and they would lump us into this contradiction. And in terms of what, you know, Comrade Cam was mentioning about how 20 Republicans blocking, that's more than 20 Republicans. The fact is, as I mentioned earlier, there are 50%, at least more than 50% of the population in this country. I think the last poll I heard of, 50% of the people in this country are saying that January 6th was okay. This country is split, and those 20 forces that we are talking about represent that split. And the fact that the United States government couldn't function for a while is based on the split in the country, not us. I don't even believe the Russians did it. And the thing is that even the deal that McCarthy has made now, representative of a whole weakening position in terms of the structures of the United States government itself. You can't blame us on that. Biden, you can't blame us on that. You know, you better find that computer, because what the Republicans plan to do is have hearings, congressional hearings, to find out Hunter Biden's computer, what was on that, and all the corruption he was involved in, and whether you were part of it too. I can stand the scrutiny, Biden. You got my computer, turn yours over. Turn Hunter Biden's computers over. You understand? Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, I think that's important. And in terms of looking forward, it's going to get deep. The crisis is going to continue to exist. Our position in the African People's Social Party up to now, which is why I can speak so confidently about no matter what snitch they may be able to uncover or create, they will not be able to find a snitch that says that we broke their law. that we did what they said we did. They might be able to do some deep fake stuff and create some narrative. They might be able to do that, but they will not be able to truthfully do that. And so it's their crisis. And the thing is that we believe that has to be done, that our strategy has been to fight for the democratic space. That's why there's an International People's Democratic Uhuru movement. That's why they're to push the struggle to its limitation. They say we have a right to vote. So we participate in the electoral process. And they don't like what we want to put on the ballot, but that's your problem. We did not go outside of the process. We did not say, let's scale the walls of the Capitol and make them do what they wanted to do. We said, let's run somebody for office. Let's put reparations on the ballot. Let's put Black community control on the ballot. Let's put ending the gentrification of Black people on the ballot and push it and push it and push it. The ordinary Negro politicians haven't had the guts to do that. They work within the limitations that's been not the legal limitations only, but the political limitation that's imposed on them. That's what Comrade Cam, when he talks about the Congressional Black Caucus. You know, that somehow was supposed to be our liberation. And for many people saw that as the way forward. Comrade Vice Chair, I know I didn't speak.
Right. I got the.
I had one more question.
Time is up.
I had one more question, just briefly. Have they given you a trial or a hearing date yet?
No, they haven't even indicted yet. That's the thing that we're looking for. So we live every day wondering when they're going to indict, and whether when they do decide to indict, whether they're going to send armored vehicles and flashbang grenades and zip ties and handcuffs again. They haven't indicted. They didn't just indict us. Let me tell you this. They shut down the entire Black community. When they came in St. Louis, they shut the entire community down. They shut the same community down in St. Petersburg, Florida. In St. Petersburg, Florida, people couldn't leave their community, couldn't leave their houses and come to their houses without showing identification when they came to get us. And the fact is that what they do to us is so ubiquitous in terms of the treatment of Black people. I've talked to Black people who said that we didn't make a move when it happened because we thought they was coming for us. They did. Two people that I talked to in St. Petersburg, Florida, in the neighborhood, and at least one right here in St. Louis. Because this is what we live with as colonized people. We thought they was coming for us. So, Uhuru.
Uhuru, I mean, and like I said, one of the things that I hate about moderating is calling time, because these discussions are so important. But we have to move forward with this agenda, because we know we got revolutionary work to do, and this is what revolutionary work requires. Our next segment, we are going to discuss
just the final response. Just one final response. I just want to say, in terms of these charges, they're costly. There are 4 people they've identified, unidentified, non-identified up to now. But there are others who we are dealing with. We've got lawyers lined up for most of them. It's going to cost from $80,000 to $120,000 per person. We ain't got that kind of money. They want us to take the money from the basketball court. They want us to take the money from the doula that we are creating for African women here. They want to take the money that we're trying to do with the healthcare center for women and all of this stuff, and then spend it, right? Paying lawyers and paying them. And that's a really critical thing that we are dealing with. And that's why it's so important that we win support for this campaign as well. And also because this is a shot that was fired across the bow of the Black liberation movement and all the struggles of people, not only in this country. And we move forward, we're going to show how this was targeting Africa as well. Uhuru, Sister Comrade Vice Chair.
Uhuru. And thank you so much. And I'm just going to close this segment with this bit of information, since the Congressional Black Caucus did come up. But the Congressional Black Caucus did get passed in the House without any problem, and they introduced it. Gregory Meeks introduced this. This is the Countering Malign Russian Activities in Africa Act, in which they call on the United States to monitor the activities of all African countries and of all African people throughout the world. And they specifically said the U.S. And I believe that this was passed before the FBI raided, the government raided the chairman and the Uhuru movement. So that's where the Congressional Black Caucus stands on that issue. Next, we are going to have a brief presentation about the work that the coalition has done in 2022. I just want to say this is not all inclusive. This PowerPoint will just include some of the pictures and everything that I was able to obtain, but there has been so much more work that has been done. We're going to hear more of that work when the various members of the coalition organization speak and when the members of the working group speak as well. Tech person, engineer, do you have that slide available? Okay, great. Okay, so the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, our work in 2022, some of it. Okay, next slide. Okay, we one of the events that we had, or one of the programs that we had, we've been doing this program for about a good 7 years now, but this is the 6th annual electoral campaign school in April 9th through 11th in 2022. It was in St. Louis, Missouri, and it was also a hybrid presentation. And this is where we have said that we are going to elect and put revolution on the ballot, through reparations and revolutionary candidates. And we will be hearing more about this electoral campaign school because it is my belief that part of this has to do with the reason that they are calling Chairman Omali Yeshitela an unindicted co-conspirator. Next slide, please. Okay, we have the 13th annual conference. You know something, I see that this does not show all of the slides because we have some others. I think that this one is a previous one. But anyway, we have the 13th annual conference, August 6th and 7th in St. Louis, Missouri. Next slide. Yes, we had the Hands Off the Uhuru movement, and we had the Hands Off the Uhuru tour, and the chairman was going to various cities throughout the United States, in which the Black is Back Coalition, we sponsored some of that tour, but also other organizations and members of the African People's Socialist Party, and we were making that commitment that we stand with Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And this is to say, hands off the Uhuru movement, hands off Africa. Next slide. Okay, and we also had on May 8th, we had the Mother's Day March on the White House. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I missed, okay, my bad. My computer's acting up a little bit. We also have the 14th annual Black People's March on the White House, November 4th through 6th, that we had it in 2022, where we marched to the White House. We determined that we would do that every single year. And right after elections, around that time, it was very, very critical that we do that we take our demands to the White House, that we say that we are not afraid and that we stand up to them. And these were some of the various organizations who were presenting with us, were there with us for that annual march. And I'm just going to show, next slide, please. Okay, I'm just going to show a couple of other things that we did. I apologize about the technical confusion, but I want to also show a couple of other things that we did, which I think is really critical. So hold on one second, a moment, please, while I bring this up. Hit share. When people see this, we participated on May 8th in a Mother's Day March on the White House to protest the kidnapping of Black children and the abuse of the Black families by CPS. This was held by some of our member organizations, ANWO and Operation Stop CPS. We also participated in the International African Arts Festival in Brooklyn, New York, and where we do a lot of leafleting, and we do a lot of political education at this festival. And we try to recruit members and put out information, much needed information that our people need. And this is a festival that usually lasts about 4 to 5 days in New York. And it happens around the time the colonizers' day, what they call the 4th of July, which we know is one of the biggest lies. When the indictments were handed out, the top picture that you see right here was an immediate response, immediately a press conference was held within hours of that raid, on July 29th. And you can see that we had members of the organization participating in this press conference. We were ready immediately when we were called on and when we found out what happened. And so the top picture happened within a couple of hours of the raid, and they were able to organize and galvanize people in the community. And the bottom picture happened on August 5th, and this is from New York. And this was organized by the December 12th movement, and many organizations from throughout the New York area participated, including the Black is Back Coalition. And there were many other things going on as well. These were not the only two things, but people jumped into action immediately. Immediately we did. This is a little bit more about the tour and the various cities that the chairman visited, like Oakland, Philadelphia, Newark, New York City, Portland, Oregon, St. Petersburg, Florida, and Minneapolis. These are some of the places. I'm sure that there were even more than that. We also implemented the Black is Back Coalition. We implemented a resolution condemning the COINTELPRO and the government assaults on the Black liberation struggle. And we have this petition, this resolution that we adopted, and we are asking people to also please sign on to this resolution. There are various petitions out there, et cetera, but this was something that the Black is Back Coalition was very proud to put together and to call forward. With that, those are just some of the things, some of the events that we worked with, that we organized around. There were many more, and we will hear more of that work that was done in 2022 when we have presentations by some of our other panelists who represent the various coalitions of the organization and also the working groups. And certainly, if you have an organization and you want to join the Black is Back Coalition, we are going to be telling you about how to do that as well, and also individual members. I see that somebody has already asked a question about how can their organization join. We will be going through that more as well. But we need people. We want to continue to build on the incredible work that we have been doing. And in fact, speaking of needing people to join the organization, we are now going to have a call for membership and resources. This will be about 10 minutes. But again, you can just see some of the work that we have been doing. Do we have Brother Edward, our Reverend Edward Hinkney? Is he in the house with us? Okay, Sister Belinda Park, I'm gonna call you on here with me. So let's get this started.
Here I go. I'm woke.
Vice Chair Lisa Davis.
Yes.
Yeah, Vice Chair. I just wanted to say this before you talk about the resources that I think is really important, because part of what I was saying earlier is that the U.S. government wants to take the money that we are using for these programs that we have created to keep us from doing these programs, to uplift the community and unite the community in a very serious way. We had put a bid on a church, a vacant church, right across the street from my house on Redbud, where you see me, Comrade Zaki Barudi, and others from the coalition and otherwise on July 29th. We had put in a bid to buy that church. And I just got a call that the church is on fire, that there are seven fire trucks there. And that there's smokers everywhere. The whole community is out because the church is burning down. So this is part of what I want to say, just in terms of what they are attempting to do to take our resources and things like that. That was our church. We were involved. I mean, it's a massive church. There were all kinds of things that we were talking about being able to do at that church. You know the church I'm talking about, Zaki, right across the street from my house, and so I just wanted to say that, Vice Chair, that church right now is on fire. I got a call while I was sitting up here a moment ago. Yeah.
As we're speaking, the church is on fire. Oh my gosh. again, nothing is going to deter us. Also, Chairman, could you just say something? Because I thought I heard that some of the resources were being held, like some of the people making donations. Are those resources coming in? Or
well, there's a struggle with some of those resources. We're going to see what happens to that. We've got an institution that most of the resources, when they donate to this defense campaign, they go to them. But before that, there was another means by which we were trying to get resources, and they are being kept from us. They're holding something like $9,000 that was supposed to be going to the defense campaign. So we'll have to work that out. And we'll be saying more about that depending on how this has been since September. We're 9,000 of our dollars, you know, and like I said, we're going to need a minimum of 80 to 100 and some odd $1,000 per defendant, and they haven't even named all the defendants yet. So, Uhuru, let's get the money. Let's go here, Sister Lisa. I just wanted to let people understand something about the urgency of what we're doing now in terms of when we're calling for resources. That we are working against a real, insidious kind of force here, Uhuru.
And we certainly know that church burnings are certainly a symbol of what's been happening in that's always been a warning to us, and they would usually oftentimes bomb churches when people were in them. So it's the same old as we know, but you can also see in terms of the urgency of the work of the Black is Back Coalition, that many times we will be doing something and then something like this will happen, which, we will hear this just as we're hearing it now. Nobody on July 29th woke up thinking, oh my gosh, we were going to be involved in the struggle with the state on this level. So we have things that we plan to do, and then things happen, and we know we have to meet this need. But we know that this is how many of us in the Black community operate anyway. This is not anything new. And we're
Sister Lisa.
You cannot stop us. You cannot kill this revolution. Sister Belinda. Okay.
Absolutely. So let's get this, our call for resources started, Lisa.
Yeah.
Let's show, I know that so far, this have been some very powerful, impactful information for all of our participants that are with us now. It's time to start, sharing and, calling and texting and using all of your social media outlets to tell people to come into this webinar with us, and also to support our call for resources. You just heard what the chairman just said, that, by any means necessary, these people want to shut us down. They want to stop the people from uniting and keep us from being able to receive the liberations that we deserve as a people here in as Black people here in the United States of America. So come on, people. This is very critical. This is our call for resources. So Lisa, go right ahead and tell people how they can participate in, helping us with our mission.
Oh yes, we want to raise at a minimum of $2,500 today, at a minimum, but certainly don't. We are going to hit it, but we want more as well if we can get them. And we appreciate everything that you do donate, because we know your dollars don't come easy at all. And so
I want to start off with
next slide.
Next slide.
Right. Oh yeah, let's go on to the giving levels. And Sister Belinda, what were you saying you want to start out with?
Yeah, I want to start. Go ahead, Lisa. Let's get into the giving levels. That's what we want people to know. Right. There we go.
Right. This is Queen Mother Yawa Asanteway, Dorothy Lewis. I just don't have the controls of the to do the slideshow, but that shouldn't be a problem. But $1,000 or more. So if you want to become a member at that level by donating $1,000 or more, you can do so. And you can also, if you don't have it up front, you can pledge the amount. So you can you can pay it off in incremental amounts. And you can go to the website. So
Next slide.
Next slide. Our brother Chokwe Lumumba, $500 or more. He says he only came to the movement because of King and he was killed. I only stayed in the movement because of Malcolm and he was killed. And then I became a leader. But you can't kill the revolution. The revolution, you can't kill. It ain't gonna happen. We will win.
Next slide.
Marcus Garvey, $365 or $1 a day of people without the knowledge of their past, history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots, $365 or $1 a day. You can put, if you're in the Zoom room with us, you can put the amount you want to pledge in the chat. If you're on Facebook, you can put the amount you want to pledge in those comments, and people are monitoring those comments. Next slide. $120 or more. Brother Mary Baraka, he's from Newark, my home. You know, I'm just so close to him whenever I see him. He says a man is either free or he is not. There cannot be an apprenticeship for freedom. And that's $120 if people want to pledge at that level to become an Amiri Baraka member. Next slide.
Next slide.
All
right.
Oh, $60 or more. Nobody's free until everybody's free. Fannie Lou Hamer.
Lisa, I want you to put me down for my $60 right now. I'm going to send it in. There's no powerful person like the Fannie Lou Hamer that said nobody is free until everybody's free. So $60 for me right now today.
All right. All right. Next slide. And here's how you can give. You can go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate. And you can make checks payable to BIBC, or the Black is Back Coalition, probably should be the Black is Back Coalition. And you can mail it to the Black is Back Coalition, care of Ikenge Mayeli, 4101 West Florissant Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115, and just put a memo, Black is Back Coalition. Or like I said, you can go to the website, and even on the website, you can pledge in increments. You can just say you want to pledge this amount per month until you meet your pledge. So I know we got some. Come on, let's make it rain, y'all. Let's make it rain. Let's make it rain. Let's make it rain up in here, as they say.
And we have to.
I just want to acknowledge Chairwoman, APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess for a contribution of $100. Uhuru, thank you.
Thank you. She's one of the unindicted co-conspirators, by the way. Uhuru, thank you.
I want to make a $100 contribution as well.
Woo! All right, Chairman. That's right. Let's go. Let's make it rain. Come on now, people.
Rain.
Can't do this without resources.
We want to make it rain revolution. Bring revolution on down, people. Revolution. Oh, Cam Howard says $100.
Woo! All right, brother. My brother Cam. All right.
Angelica Mueller Rowry, she said $100. Jesse Neville is saying 50. Sangha is saying, oh, these people gonna make me pledge too. I'm not gonna sit up here.
Come on, Lisa, let's do it. Make it rain revolution. Revolution 2023, people. Come on. It's time to wake up. We're not gonna, I'm telling you, Lisa, we can't hesitate anymore. We have to understand that this fight is on and popping right now. After the chairman, them kicking their door in, coming in with flash bombs, grenade, we got to make some noise. We got to let these people know that we're alive and well, and we're fighting back.
Okay, yeah. Well, Grady Brown just said Fannie Lou Hamer level at $60 in installments of 20 a month. Yusef says he pledged 60. Natasha Jackson says 60. Chat moderator Sangha says 60. Jessel Neville says, put me down for 60.
Yeah, come on, Lisa.
What do they say?
This is 2023 and we gonna be free.
How do they say that? I'll hit you with 50, but I'll raise you 6 or something like that. Put me down for 60.
There you go. And see, Fannie Lou Hamer said that nobody is free until everybody gets free. So come on now, people. 2023, come, you hear me? I said we gonna be free.
And I think do we have more slides in terms of membership? How, next slide. Hmm?
Put your down for 100.
100.
Who's for 100? I didn't get the
key.
Brother
That's
Zaki.
Brother Zaki.
Brother
That's
Zaki
Brother
also.
Zaki. All
We
right,
have any
Brother
more-
Zaki,
next slide,
I know
please.
you already free, but we gonna come on along with you, my brother. We gonna
yeah.
put you down for 100.
They gonna make me want to go even higher than 60. I can feel it in my bones. Can I feel it in my purse? That's where it counts.
Yes.
But individual membership, if you want to become an individual member, $25, you can become an individual member of the organization. Or if you are an organization and if you're an international organization, that's $200 for an annual membership. If you are a national organization, that's $50 for an annual membership. And if you're a state, local / provincial organization, that's $50. And we accept membership from all over the world. And let me just also say this. There is no amount too small or too large that you can pledge. We accept it all. So small amounts, large amounts, we accept them. And there are times people were collecting money. I put quarters in because that's what I had. And we know that your heart is in it. But this is about liberation, complete control, complete governance of our people. We will fund our needs. We don't need that colonizing money, that colonizing sellout, breaking your back dollars. We don't need that. And we're going to turn those dollars that we are getting from them into revolution. And this is one way that we do it. And I remember when I'd be working in those, the most corporate spaces in the world, Wall Street, with them top executives. And what kept me going is, I'm doing this for the revolution. And I would be using the resources, making them photocopies and everything of what we needed. And that was one of the things that always kept me going, because I knew I was going to turn around and put those resources into building up our people and into the revolutionary aspect of building up our people.
And Lisa, we're running out of time, but I want to say this, people, don't be like the fearful that says, I don't want to wake up because I don't want to face the reality. I'm afraid, they came for, the chairman, and they coming for the African Socialist Party. They're coming for the Uhuru movement, and they're gonna, so listen, people, this is a form of unity. The fear on the colonizers is that we are woke. We have came alive. We are facing reality that they don't intend to do anything for us. We're going to have to do it for ourselves. So don't hesitate. It's time for you to participate. It's time for you to get involved with this movement. So here are the opportunity right now that's facing you. You can become an international, with the $200 to join your organization. You can also come on the national level for $150. Come on, people, don't hesitate. It's time. Tell everybody that's out there in this movement that want to see the unity, the power of Black people coming together. This is the place, the Black is Back Coalition. Thank you.
That's right. And also, Sister Ikenge said we raised $1,040 so far. I want to say that Brother Cam, in addition to what he pledged individually, if I'm reading this correctly, he now wants to have his organization, Reparations United, have a national membership. And also somebody's asking if we could just go back to the slide that shows us how they can pay, how they can send, where they can send money. Oh, yes. Make checks payable to the Black is Back Coalition. And you can mail, if you're sending in a check, you can mail it to care of Ikenge Mayeli, 4101 West Florissant. Is that Avenue or Street?
Avenue.
Avenue, West Florissant Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115. Please make put in the memo part, Black is Back Coalition, or you can go online and you can donate at www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate. And I just want to conclude, I believe we are at time, but just say.
Yes, before you conclude, I just want to acknowledge the names that we have up until this point.
Oh, sure.
And also let people know that throughout this webinar, we will also be promoting this Black is Back t-shirt that I have on.
Yeah.
So purchasing this t-shirt also does contribute to our goal. So we have a contribution of $100 from Chairwoman Penny Hess, $60 pledge from Sister Belinda Parker Brown, $100 pledge from Chairman Amalia Chatella, $100 pledge from Sister Angelica Rari. We have a $100 pledge from Brother Cam Howard, a $50 contribution from Jesse Neville, $50 from Comrade Senga. We have a $60 payment from contribution from Brother Yusuf Doucet, $60 pledge from Vice Chair Lisa Davis, $50 contribution from Comrade Imwezi Odom, $100 pledge from Brother Zaki Barudi, $60 pledge from Natasha Jackson, Elisha Jennings with a $50 pledge, Cam Howard, as Sister Lisa just announced, an organizational membership with the Reparations United as a national member. And this is what I have been able to track so far. We will come back with updates to make sure everybody knows where we are with raising these resources. Uhuru, thank you.
Uhuru. And also you'll see before us, you'll see we had these Free All Political Prisoners posters. I'm so glad to say that some of them we were able to get released, but they are for $2 each. We also have the mask. Some people are still more comfortable wearing masks, but Black is Back. We have the mask. We have the posters. We have the also the t-shirts. So please, please support us. We need your support. We need your support in terms of bodies. That's one of the most important resources are the people joining, because the money will follow when we have that. And so we just want to say we thank you so much. We want our goal is 2,500, so we still have a little bit more to go in order to make our goal, which I'm sure that we can do it. We can continue to pledge even after this meeting is over. You can continue to pledge. And I just want to also, Larry Wiles said he pledges 100. Rhea Forty said she pledges 25. And I just want to say, just piggybacking off of what Sister Belinda Parker Brown said, and we know that they've upped the ante. One of the churches are burning. They also burned the flag. A flag was set on fire at the Uhuru House. I believe it was in St. Petersburg. And that was a week before the attacks on the chairman and the Uhuru movement, which is really an attack on our people, because that's a message to all of us that, they're going to come after us.
Sister Lisa, I want to say,
we got to understand the only reason we are here today is because of the resiliency and the fight back and the revolutionary fervor of our people who came before us. The only reason chattel slavery ended is because of the hundreds of thousands of African people who rose up before that Civil War and during that Civil War to break the back of this system. And that's what they did. We owe it to them. We owe it to all of those who came before us, who fought, not to any Democratic Party, not to any political system. So fear not, fear nothing. We can do this. That's why we are here today, because of them. So Uhuru.
Sister Lisa, is this the only call for resources, or are we going to have another call?
I think right now
we've got several opportunities, and while we are continuing the program, people can continue to go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate. You can also go to the website and join as an individual member or join as an organization. This is not your only opportunity, but don't wait. Give now. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And then I see that we have another place on the agenda for call for resources. So what I would like for people to do, if you have not already shared and with your social media outlets, or call someone and told them to join us And, you know, now is the time to do so. So thank you so much.
Uhuru. And now we are going to hear even more about the work of the coalition. And I just also have to say that we appreciate all of our supporters. We appreciate every member organization in this coalition. And let me just tell you right now, when we need each other, we call each other. I've seen times I've been talking to Sister Belinda Parker Brown, and she called me up, Lisa, I know somebody in New Jersey, come in there, can you help? I call her up, I need this. I called the chairman up and I said, Chairman, something is going on in Oakland, or something is going on in some other part of the country that I heard about that I couldn't get to. I was like, do we have people there? Before I knew it, yes. It was going on, and even throughout the country. So this is a great coalition in terms of providing support for each other. We would be there for any one of us who they were directly attacking. Yes, Chairman O'Malley, yes, Shatala, but we are there for if it's something not so well known. That's who we are. That's who we are. We are about the work of the movement, and we are about the work of supporting our people. And that's what we try to do through these working groups as well. We hear something, we are there, and we want to build and become even stronger. So we're now going to go into the presentation part of the program, where, like I said, we are going to be hearing from some of the various organizations within the coalition and the working groups. And we are going to start off with a member of the new abolitionist movement, and she's also the chair of the education working group. She is Sister Betty Davis, who is an adjunct professor at Medgar Evers College and co-founder of the new abolitionist movement and a longtime activist for community control of education since the New York City school strike in 1967. And she's also the chair of the education working group of the coalition. And if we have educators out there, you need to be connected to our Sister Betty Davis, a dynamic, revolutionary educator. I gotta say that. Uhuru.
I don't seem to be able to open up my video. We had
All
it.
right. Yes, you should see it right now.
Okay, just a second. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
You're on now.
All right, first they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. And then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. We are the new abolitionist movement, and we have a creed and a motto. And our position is that we are about education. We are about community control of education. And within that context, what we are saying to you is if you don't educate the next generation, they will not stand up for you and they will not stand up for themselves. Within that context, we belong to the New York City Coalition Against Mayoral Control. And we are renewing our efforts to collaborate with like-minded individuals and community empowerment groups to finally end mayoral control across the United States. The interesting thing about mayoral control is that many people say, oh, we don't have mayoral control. And all I can say to you is if you're Black and you're in the United States, you're in a colony and you do have it. As Harriet Tubman said, and many others said, we freed a lot of slaves. They could have freed a lot more if only they had known they were slaves. So this year, our organization that we collaborate with, which is the New York City Coalition Against Mayoral Control, we collaborated with quite a few groups. Especially important to us is that our students, their parents, educators, and elected officials were made aware of our existence and opposition to mayoral control, that we're committed to unburdening our schools of dictatorial control. With the help of so many organizations in this city, we envision a future where we can truly have community control back, and we will have the democratic voice to speak up. And we sent this message out to all the organizations that collaborated with us. One of our activities included a Zoom webinar called the New York City Coalition Presents Listening to Learn. And that was in November. And we discussed the way the system bleeds your budget. All of you know who are involved in education that, like the hospitals, like the police, and like other institutions within your city, that is the method in which your tax dollars come back to you. And if you are realistic, you know that a particular party controls the administration of that tax funds through different proposals and contracts. If you are aware, as the chairman has pointed out to you, of the duplicity and the viciousness of the Democratic so-called two-party system, you know that we are a colony. I will simply reference you to the beginning of his discussion. But we are very pleased in our coalition against mayoral control in New York City to say we did not defeat it. We still have it, but we held them to 2 years instead of 4. A vote comes up again in June of 2024, and we have already landed with our boots on the ground. We have collaborated with several other organizations in New York City to bring about a final end to mayoral control. Now, the rest of this is going to be haphazard and scatty, but within our organization, we are focusing on some of the red flags that we want you to be aware of. One of them is biometric identification technology in your schools. At this point in New York City, we have a moratorium on that. We want to flag that for every public and charter school system in this country. We are saying that this technology is definitely detrimental to people of African descent. There should be absolutely no biometric technologies allowed in your school system. And we are currently involved in defunding any such projects in our system. Again, to move along, as parents, you are all coming up against something called the A1 technology. Your children are not writing their reports. They're letting the computers write it for them. What we're trying to say to you is please be aware that when you are dealing with A1 technology, the impact of A1 technology in the computer systems where your children are doing their reports is basically European and white. And if you're concerned about the consciousness of your children, you must join an organization such as this. I'll say again, if they're any kind of university system, any kind of high school system, the technology that they are using to prepare their reports, even what they read online, the technology is European and white. I've used this phrase before, metaphysical imperialism. You know what imperialism is. The chairman has defined that for you. Metaphysical is the brain, and it is the way you perceive reality. And I'll just give you one soundbite on that. It is said that when the first people on this continent saw the ships of the Europeans coming toward them, because they had no reality, they could not envision what they were seeing. And so therefore it was as if they did not see the ships because they had no language for it. They had no experience of it. They were totally into what they were into. And that is a perfect explanation, this metaphysical imperialism, of what is happening to the reality of our children. That is why it is to be commended that the Black is Back Coalition, the African People's Socialist Party, are boots on the ground fighting for mothers to reclaim their children from the state and the slave catchers. I won't go in further detail because some of them will be speaking on that. I also want to put a flag up. In Florida, you are aware that DeSantis is ordering the universities to tell how they are pushing the woke programming in their state. Now, this is the system that talks about critical race theory, or which deals with any form of civil and human rights in the curriculum of these universities. And he's dealing with this and putting these people in the crosshairs. Now, the reason this is important is that across the country, anyone who is dealing with the reality of history, real history, which again, the chairman laid out for you in the beginning of this webinar, anyone who repeats this particular reality is in the crosshairs of so-called parents and community in the public school system. They go so far as if they shut you down in one school, and as a teacher, you transfer to another school, they follow you there. So it is imperative that even if you are in a charter school, you organize with parents in the public school, because the majority of the children are still in the public school system. And why are they still in the public school system? Because not every child is an A+ automatically when they test. And the charter schools are notorious that in October, after they have recruited all these children to the charter school system, by the time the budgets are finalized from the state, and most cities and states, it is October, they have removed the ones that they don't think will guarantee them success in test taking. You must deal with this, because if you don't rescue these children within their public school systems, your children that are privileged in charter schools will have to deal with them on the streets. And so we must analyze where we are coming from when we don't volunteer in a public school, even if you don't have a child. Your tax dollars paying for it. And they'll pay for them to either get an education that is liberating, or they will pay for them to end up in a mental institution or in prison. I want to conclude with this. We're trying to organize within New York City a cadre of people, and we're trying to institute a program for self-determination and sustainability. We call it SEEDS, and we are privileged to have had several youth organizations from different universities and colleges throughout New York City and New York State join us in this initiative. We're thinking of forming volunteer cadres that will go into different community-based organizations, and whatever schools, public schools, will allow us to do tutoring and skill building within the proper, I won't say political, the proper reality against colonialism. Interpret that as you will. And that's another plan that our organization has taken. I want to, again, conclude with our mission statement, and that is to abolish miseducation and to abolish any central board of education. And that we are organized on the principles that abolished slavery hundreds of years ago. And we understand that miseducation equals new slavery, and that it can be conquered by persons who believe in equality and are willing to confront injustice with courage, even if that injustice is supported by so-called authorities. We will be tenacious in our personal and spiritual beliefs to create an education system based upon respect, civility, discipline, and love of learning. And we understand the anti-slavery movement to be the high point in this country's history, because they saw the truth and followed it to its logical moral conclusion without fear of government or laws of man. They worked, fought, and died to make self-evident the words of the Declaration of Independence. And we in the New Abolitionist Movement have picked up that banner. We being all people of goodwill, all people of moral convictions without regards to race, religion, class, age, or gender. We support education, not incarceration, and we ask you to join us. Ralph.pointer@gmail.com is the way to reach us. And I'm going to conclude by once again reminding you, the new technology, you talk about our children being depressed. In New York City, the mayor is now saying the police can determine what is someone who has mental problems, and they can determine what they will do with them. You can Google this. I'm not making this up. You can't make this stuff up. I just want to remind you that AI, the intelligence that is controlling all our computers, is Eurocentric and white. And most of our children are on these computers 24/7. And I will conclude by saying, I am reminded, and these are the words I'm paraphrasing from Sister Lynn Stewart, that we are summoned here because of an ancient tradition and a collective will. And we know it truly works. We warriors come here to listen to each other, to enjoy each other, exchange ideas, to remember battles of old, and to plan. Again, I am paraphrasing Sister Lynn Stewart, the people's lawyer. Well, we have formidable enemies, not unlike those in the tales of ancient days. There is a consummate evil that unleashes its dogs of war on the helpless, an enemy motivated only by insatiable greed. The miller's daughter made to spin gold, the fisherman's wife, Midas with all the thought, no thought of consequences. In this enemy, there is no love of the land or the creatures that live there, no compassion for the people. This enemy will destroy the air we breathe and the water we drink, so long as the dollars keep rolling in to fill up their money bodies. Their money. We have been charged. I'm going to be the chairman for just 1 minute. I want to honor Sister Lynn and all of the people who have been focused on by the FBI. We have been charged once again, like Queen Zenobia, like who made war on the Romans, like Ho Chi Minh, like Lenin, like Fidel, like Nelson Mandela, John Brown, Che Guevara. At the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by a feeling of love. And we are here today to return to our people, to go and be grassroots organizers, and to build coalitions and organize protests and actions. And that is the purpose of the Black is Back Coalition. Once again, there is no point in all of this organizing if you are not taking back your public schools. The majority of African-American children are still in those schools. Thank you.
Uhuru, and thank you so very much for that very informative report, and even helping us to think how we should be thinking about this new AI technology. Thank you so much. We got to get that information out there. Our next presenter, he is with the Lynn Stewart Committee, and he's also the co-chair of the Political Prisoners Working Group. He is a longtime human rights activist, and he is the chair of the Political Prisoners Working Group. And our brother, Ralph Pointer. Uhuru.
Uhuru, my brothers and sisters. Thank you for this time. And as we promised, Sister Betty took a little more time, and I'm going to cut my presentation short because I'm sure, although I am not in person at the meeting, there's somebody there with a sign that says, "Be brief, Ralph," because you know how difficult it is for me to be brief. So let me begin. As the political prisoner contingent of the Black is Back Coalition, our job is obvious by its name. We are fighting the fight to free all political prisoners. And that is important because, as you have heard so far throughout this coming together, that if you fight for freedom of oppressed people, they will find you guilty of something, and they will lay it on the feet of law. And we know the law of the land is now and has always been slavery and its continuation through various means. Today we know that there are more people slaving in our death camps than there were slaves on the plantation. And we have one of the sisters here at one of the largest, representing the fight against one of the largest slave plantations. That's the Angola prison, Sister Belinda Parker Brown. And so understand this struggle of oppressing people has been the front of that struggle is to keep us in prison by, as Malcolm said, by any means necessary. The government means by any means necessary, and the law is one of the means by which they do that. And we know what their law is now and has always been. We speak of slavery because it is so obvious. We don't speak of redlining because it's kind of subjugated, confused by particular regulations saying that you are not eligible to live in this particular section. We know about subprime loans, another form of slavery, another form of oppression, another form of denying us the ability to gain wealth in a capitalist society. And what does that mean? In a capitalist society, if you are denied capital, you are denied participation within that society. Now, they leave a little space, as Lynn Stewart used to say, to let the steam off. A few people are allowed to make $1 or $2, but as we know, those few people who make the dollars do not spend them on liberation. One example, our recently freed political prisoners from the death camps, we are constantly begging for money from our people to support them as on their way to death, because they don't get out of the death camps until they are ready to die, and to give them some chance of a few years of this secondary freedom. As was stated, we are in prison on the inside, the little prison, and we are imprisoned on the outside if you are of color in this here America or in these Americas as in the big prison. And the regulations of racism, Jim Crow, etc., are the rules of the big prison. So we say, freeing all political prisoners is important, because in this struggle, we have all the potential of being political prisoners. Numero uno, don't leave anyone behind. And the way we work at that is by talking, making people aware of political prisoners. And I say people are not aware of political prisoners because the entertainers in our country of color are able to make large amounts of money. And sadly, one of our entertainers who was injured recently and is in the hospital with a heart condition has raised $2 million. His family has raised $2 million, and it's probably $4 million as we speak, for toys for Black children. How much have we been able to raise for our political prisoners over the years? Not even a percentage, less than 1/2 of 1/3 of 1% of that kind of money have we been able to raise to make people aware of this struggle, this important struggle, to free those who gave their lives to free us. That, my brothers and sisters, is important. And so therefore, we take upon ourselves the job of making people aware of this situation. And so we have worked at expanding our ability or our abilities to bring truth to all by being able to showcase progressive, collective progressive voices. Very important, because one of the basic truths denied constantly in this country is the truth of the reality of Reconstruction, the reality of African, what would we call it? Of the African demonstrations in our country. Reconstruction of captured, recently freed African in America. This Reconstruction movement and the reality of Martin Delaney, who talked about African socialism 1865, is being denied constantly by this country. This is why they say the Russians have told us. Well, we told the Russians. If you pay attention, we have to make our people aware of these realities. And we work closely with all organizations, as our sister Betty has told us, to bring these realities and to make the reality of the future different. We must control our education and the monies that are involved in that, the contracts. And we see just in New York City, as in all major cities in this country, the inner city's budget is larger, is maybe number 21 on the budgets of countries in the world. United States, number 1, 2, China, etc., Russia, it goes. Number 21 is the education budget, the money that is spent to educate our children. And in most, as in New York, we have 60 to 70% of the people to be educated are people of color. Think of what 60 to 70% of that money is. And this is what we don't get. This is our boots for which we pull up our bootstraps. And I see that working with these organizations to make these realities a part of their lives is what we do. We have expanded our ability to do so. And thanks for the petitions of the Black is Back Coalition to do this work, because the Black is Back Coalition is responsible for many of the petitions, thousands of them, hundreds of thousands of them, to support the release of political prisoners. That shows the beginning of our strength. And so, to conclude, I must say that for a moment, I feel pleasure at being a part of this organization, because maybe we can interpret this as gaining on the system. And I will conclude with the reason why, when you see me, I say over and over again, if anyone, anywhere has money to support my efforts of 60 years for liberation of our people, please send it. I care not whether it came from Russia, wherever, but nothing has come. Because our movement is not based on someone else somewhere else. Our movement is based on our people, our struggles, our understanding. Let us expand our understanding to all of our people, so that our people will have the opportunity to make a contribution of millions in 1 or 2 days, as heartfelt contributions went out to our young brother who's an entertainer, basically, on the fields of football for all of America to enjoy.
The Roman arena.
The Roman arena, if you will, here in America, the gladiators. And as much as we appreciate the gladiators, we must extend that feeling for our people, for our children who have not had the opportunity to become gladiators, intellectuals, doctors, lawyers, because we do not control our education system, as Sister Betty has told you. And that is my conclusion. We have expanded through our participation with public radio, WBAI 99.5 on your radio dial. Look for us, Ralph Pointer, Betty Davis, what's happening, because we try to tell you what's happening. We try to bring to you progressive voices from every part of America. And thank you for listening in, because I could go on forever. I'm just getting warmed up, but I see that my time is up. And Sister Lisa, thank you. Black is Back Coalition, thank you. And all of those who are involved in this coalition to make this moment possible. Thanks again, sisters and brothers and sisters.
And
freedom, freedom now.
Yes, and thank
Free
you
all
so much
political prisoners.
For that very important update. And the next person that we have scheduled to speak is our brother Jihad Abdulmuhammad. He is with the Jericho movement. Is Brother Jihad with us?
Oh no, it's Brother Zaki that is next. He's not on.
No, okay, good what I have said. Okay, so our brother Zaki Barudi with the Universal African Peoples Organization. Brother Zaki, hold on one. I'm sorry, Brother Zaki Barudi. He is the President General of the Universal African Peoples Organization in St. Louis, Missouri. In addition, in 1984 and 88, Brother Barudi ran for the Democratic nominee for Missouri governor. He has served as co-coordinator for the Green Party in Missouri, where he was also the party's candidate for governor in 2000. And in 2014, he was a write-in candidate for St. Louis County Executive seat. Brother Zaki Barudi, fearless brother, fearless.
Yes, thank you. Uhuru. Black power. Power to the people. And assalamu alaikum. Now, let me just say this first and foremost. Many of you are familiar with Brother Teddy Pendergrass, who's an entertainer. And one of the sounds that I've just most recently fell in love with is a sound that says, somebody told me to deliver this message, and you know who. And it's in that spirit that the Universal African Peoples Organization proclaims, we will be victorious in our long journey to freedom, justice, and equality. Let me also just say proudly on behalf of the Universal African Peoples Organization, we stand as a proud member of the Black is Back Coalition, whose chairman, O'Malley Yasatelli, we salute your commitment of years as well as your analysis and your work to uplift our people. And let me again and again emphasize to anybody that's listening here in St. Louis, Missouri, United States, or internationally, we stand solidly in support of hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa. So we stand with that. As well as, let me salute the members of the Black is Back Coalition for your solidarity. And as an individual, I've been blessed to meet such steadfast, committed people who represent the various organizations that's part of this. It's been my humble luck or appreciation for this experience. I stand before you, from my understanding for today's program, was to give a year-end report as to each organization work during the year. Let me say our organization has been very, very busy. Number one, though, just for clarity's sake, I was introduced as President General. And I use that title in the spirit of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, whom we should always hold high and with due praise for the kind of work that he was able to do. And never forget that that work came under attack by this institution that's called the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which is, as I said earlier, that what they are doing is just a symbol of their nature, and their nature is beast. So I just wanted to get that out first and foremost. As far as our organization involvement in the community and just doing basic on-ground work, I'm proud to say that each year we have annual celebrations. And for 2022, our first annual celebration was on April the 4th, and it was to celebrate, not to celebrate, to commemorate the assassination of Dr. King, who gave his all for his people, our people, as well as the founding of our organization, which occurred on April the 4th, 1989. Another celebration that we hold dear yearly is the celebration of El Haj Malik El Shabazz, who many of you know as Malcolm X, because also he was a fearless fighter for justice and equality for us as a people. And I'm proud to say that part of our yearly celebration was the celebration of the life and legacy of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, who was born on August the 17th, and yearly we celebrate him and hold him up high. Along with that, I'm proud to say that our organization, not of a whole lot of dollars, but by the grace of the Creator, we publish quarterly newspapers. And I'm proud to say each quarterly we're able to produce a newspaper, and those newspaper issues, which is a 16-pager, focus on issues that impact our community, as well as, like on the front cover of this picture, of this issue, you see some criminals that we have identified, or the public had identified, that chased down, like in slavery time, our brother in Georgia, Aubrey Ahmed, and we're dealing with that as an issue, along with, at the bottom half, the great candidacy of Carla Coffey Wright for a U.S. Senator. Along with another publication, we have Spread the Word, Red Alert, Red Alert, Red Alert, Racial Imbalance at the highest levels of the United States government. At the publication, 100 U.S. senators, 2 from each state, and only 3 are Black and not 1 Black female. 50 state governors, not 1 Black. And to that end, we had the great candidacy, as I made mention, of Carla Coffey Wright, as also an extension of a concept that our organization pushed that's called proportionate political representation, which simply means that whatever percentage we are as a people, at the national level of this country, state levels of this country, or local levels of this country, we should have political power in accordance to those numbers, our fair share in essence. Shameful though, going into the elections, as I just mentioned, those statistics, coming out of it, irregardless of political persuasion. And we always say to the most radical of our community, then if we're gonna be critical of the system, we gotta get in there and also have candidates that speaks truth to power, as Ms. Carla Coffey Wright, as Sister Kayleigh in Florida. We need more. But coming out of this election, and there was a number of Black candidates that were running, again, not saying their issues were dissimilar to our issues, but coming out of it today, the status is that we just moved that needle on the national level almost just 0.1%, because of all the candidates that of people of color across this country. We only gained 1 governor, which was out of Maryland, a brother named Westmore, and the 3 U.S. senators that were already in there were reelected. So no progress in terms of on that particular issue. So anyway, through that candidacy, that's why we was pushing and have been pushing the candidacy of Carla Coffee Wright. And by the way, going back to her candidacy, because here in Missouri, as well as across the state, we've been encouraging Black folks. And again, I want to emphasize the radical of us need to step up to the plate. But out of her candidacy that year, this past year, shockingly, there were about 7 other people of color in the race. But proud to say that of those 7 or 8 Black candidates that were in the race, so somebody, I guess, is hearing our call for more Black candidates, that Coffee Wright was the #1 Black vote getter. I think that's another issue of our newspaper that I'm proud to say. 3 things that we need to be about. And that's also being for the defense team for our good brothers of the African People's Socialist Party. As Kwame Ture would say, organize, organize, organize. And last but not least, going to our most recent issue of our newspaper, and I have a clip. We are members of our organization. We're a spiritual movement also. And on my 75th birthday, I went atop, along with members of our organization, Cahokia Mounds, which is a World Heritage Site.
2 minutes.
Damn, 2 minutes. I'm gonna have to be like Brother O'Malley too. To pray for divine intervention on behalf of our people. And that prayer was for us, for the recognizing that faith without work is dead, that asking for the end to the oppression, the death, the destruction, and the mayhem in our community, to pray that we be the mighty race that we were at one time, and to pray for a United States of Africa under the principles of socialism that is militarily and technologically as equal to the Western world. And along with that then, since my time, I must try to respect time. Okay. I want to say that on ground, many of you have heard about the Jackson, Mississippi water crisis, where you have a city that's predominantly Black, 80% Black. Can you imagine 3 or 4 days without water to drink or bathe in? Certain sections of town was like that, as well as boil water. I'm proud to say that our organization, on October the 6th, were able to put together progressive organizations based here in St. Louis, Missouri, and with love and in the spirit of Chokwe Lumumba, the father of the current mayor, was able to purchase and donate 1,000 bottles of water. And we want to thank also the African People's Socialist Party for part of supporting this effort. Here you see where we're actually officially donating this water to the Mayor Chokwe Lumumba's Chief of Staff, Sister Safia Omari. We got a couple other slides if you. To the left are various organizations from the St. Louis area and members of our organization, including a member of the African People's Socialist Party, that for a group picture that was appeared in our most recent edition of our newspaper. And to the right, you see a Jackson, Mississippi water distribution site. Let me just say this to my people. While there the first time, we did it October the 6th, as well as we just made an additional purchase of 1,000 cases of water. And we made that purchase for December the 30th under the Kwanzaa principle of NIA, that when you see the massive number of our people in line to get a basic right, if you're not touched by that, shame on you. And so as long as that crisis exists, I'm challenging anybody that's in the listening range of what I'm saying. It is imperative that you contribute and support that effort. So with that said, and I feel there's a couple other real heavy social issues. I'm gonna bring it to a close. Our organization also has been on the forefront of an important case here in St. Louis that has been brought forth by a circuit attorney named Kim Gardner, who herself has come under attack. And our organization is part of a local organization called the Community Justice Coalition, standing with Kim Gardner, the first Black circuit attorney here in the city of St. Louis, who had brought forth a case of a Black man who named Lamar Johnson, who was found guilty in the early mid-1990s, been in prisons for over 20-some years, that at that time, the prosecuting attorney did not bring forth some evidence that probably could have cleared him. She brought forth that, had a major evidentiary hearing of which our organization was in attendance. And it was brought forth in that particular hearing that the two witnesses that ended up putting him in jail, one was a white drug addict at that time, who said that he identified the shooter of the brother that this other person, that Lamar Johnson is accused of, that he testified that he was able to identify the shooter by his eyes because he couldn't see nothing else. And then a jailhouse snitch who was white supposedly overheard him saying that he had killed the person. But during the hearing, again, saluting Kim Gardner, they were able to bring in the person who publicly said that he did the killing, as well as the white guy who said he identified him through the eyes, said, apologized for it because he said he was under pressure by the St. Louis Police Department to make that kind of identification. So, and then last but not least, I say last but not least, right as I'm done with this. After our water donation, we were up in Liberty, Missouri, at a request from some brothers incarcerated there, that in the Clay County Detention Center, white neo-Nazis are attacking and sexually molesting some of the inmates. So those are some of the issues and the programming that we have as an organization. Thank you.
Uhuru, and thank you so very, very much for that presentation. I also wanted to say to people who are listening, and to also presenters, when they talk about their organization, please also remember to put your contact information and to let us know how we can contribute. So brothers Akiba Rudy, perhaps you can give us more of that information later. We can flash it up on the screen and let people know how we can help each other in this organization to continue to do the tremendous work that they're doing. Our next presenter is Brother Ajamu Baraka with the Black Alliance for Peace. Now, he had said before that he was having difficulty with his connection. Do we know if he's on? Is he on?
Oh, no, he's not on.
Oh, he hasn't been able to reconnect. Okay. Well, I'm just going to encourage everybody, please look up the work of the Black Alliance for Peace. Please go to their website. Also the same with the Jericho movement that Brother Jihad Abdul Moment was not here to present about, but he works with the Political Prisoners Working Group. They've been doing tremendous work. As we know, some of them have been released because of the work that our freedom fighters are doing on the outside that, helps to contribute to that. So please go to the Jericho Movement website. We'll try to have those websites in the chat if we can put them in there, and also the Black Alliance for Peace website, because they have also been doing tremendous work. And now, again, just to let people know the order of the program somewhat, we're going to do a little check-in in terms of the membership. And have we had any more memberships, any more people pledging? doing a check-in. Remember, could we get the slides with the t-shirts back on again, please? And the memberships, how people can become a member. And also, Brother Ralph and Sister May, I know that there's a tremendous drive going on to support Brother Dr. Matula Shakur. Perhaps you can also tell us how people can do that. If you have the website or the information. Yes, the Black is Back t-shirts. They are gorgeous t-shirts, $20. BIB Classic, go to the blackisbackcoalition.org and you can get a t-shirt. Can we get the slide for membership up? Do we have that slide? Again, becoming a member is so important, and also supporting the work of the Black is Back Coalition, and also supporting some of the projects that our member coalitions they're working on. Yes, you can, if you want to become a member or make a donation, you can go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org and you can join as an individual or you can join as an organization. And you can make your checks payable to Black is Back Coalition if you're going to send a check. And you can send that to care of Ikenge Mayeli, and that is 4101 West Florissant Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115, and put on the memo of the check, Black is Back Coalition. Again, individual memberships are $25. International memberships for an organization, $200. National organizational memberships are $150, and state, local, and provincial memberships are $50. So we need your support. We need the people. And let me tell you also that if you have an interest, if you know of work that needs to be happening in the community, and let's say there might not be a coalition devoted to that work, you can become a member, and you can say, we need a working group to do this work. That's how the healthcare working group came into being, because I opened up my mouth. I went to a Black is Back meeting in Newark, New Jersey, and I happened to say, you need a working group for the healthcare working group. And that's how it happened. And I became a member of the Black is Back Coalition. Again, so any kind of work you are doing, any interest that you have, you can bring it to this coalition. But you can make it the coalition that you want it to become, but based on revolution, based on a new vision or the correct vision of how living should be. Yes. Did somebody say something?
Yes. I just want to remind people that we have not reached our goal yet. We are still over $1,000 away. People need to go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate. And as Sister Lisa just said, there are several ways that you can support the coalition and help us get to our goal. Part of it is by becoming a member. An individual membership is just $25. And I can't see why anybody that is not participating on this webinar today is not a member of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. Again, you can join as an organization. An international membership is $200. A national membership is $150. A state, local, or provincial is $50. And another way that you can support the coalition and help us get to our goal is by purchasing our Black is Back t-shirt. We have them from sizes small up to 3X. Go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org. Click on the merchandise tab and order a t-shirt today. They're only $20 plus shipping. You'll have it in a few days. We've got many other really exciting and powerful conferences and webinars coming up throughout the year. We want everybody to be represented with a Black is Back t-shirt or a Black is Back mask. You know, COVID isn't over. We still need to protect ourselves and protect our communities. So get a mask, get a t-shirt, become a member, do it today. We want to get to our goal before this webinar is over. Again, this is not the last call, but you don't have to wait. So do it now. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And let me also just say, no Black person should be walking anywhere in this country as an individual. I had that happen to me before. I learned, which is why now I make sure that I am as connected to my community as I can be, and that I am connected to organizations. And I can't think of a better organization, a stronger organization. And this is not to take away anything from any of the work that other organizations are doing. This is why this is a coalition, so people can still maintain the work of their and the vision of their organizations, but you just have another way to connect to more people. And I said I would never be disconnected at all. So again, we're not trying to take away anything from any of the wonderful work that so many in our community are doing, but we need to be connected to organizations. And the Black is Back Coalition is a coalition of organizations with international reach. International reach and
global reach, Lisa. And global
local
reach.
And international reach. And yes. I'm very serious, and that is one of the reasons why the attack on Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party, who the African People's Socialist Party is a member of the Black is Back Coalition. So that's really critical. Also, before we go to our next segment, I just wanted to ask Sister Betty or Brother Ralph if they have information about how we can support our brother, Dr. Mutulu Shakur, who has been released. And, you know, he did tremendous service. I had the opportunity to study under people who trained by him. I just recently became a trainer, a person who can do auricular ear acupuncture under the program that Dr. Mutulu Shakur had set up. So I don't know, Sister Betty and Brother Ralph, if you're around. If not, we will make sure that we get that information in terms of how to support our brother, Dr. Mutulu Shakur. We also know our brother Sundiata Kohli is out and was released. So again, we just want to let you know we appreciate the work of the coalition and the work that everybody is doing. And we want revolution, nothing short of revolution, nothing short of complete liberation for African people. And we also fight against the oppression of all people. Our next presenter is going to be, y'all gonna want to, you want to hear from everybody, but you're gonna really want to hear from this sister. You're gonna want to hear, is Sister Amanda Wallace with Operation Stop CPS. She received a Bachelor's of Social Work from the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, and with a 10-year career as a child abuse investigator, Amanda worked throughout several counties in North Carolina within the system. But while working on the front lines protecting children from abuse and neglect, she simultaneously protected families from the oppressive Child Protection Services system. Watching the rights of families decrease and the power of CPS increase, Amanda realized that she had become the silent enforcer for an oppressive system. It was then that she understood the system and that she perceived the power given to CPS by society. The insider knowledge that she brings truly helps families understand how to stop CPS. The lack of knowledge of the system makes fear a natural response when families encounter CPS. That same fear fosters compliance with unlawful and unethical practices. So she has produced a guide, that she offers as an apology to families on behalf of the system by acknowledging the problem and giving the solution directly to those who need it. She is a strong sister, and man, she's in the throes. She don't take no nonsense. She basically took that insider knowledge that she had in that system and began to fight against that very system on the front lines for our people. Sister Amanda Wallace, uhuru.
Uhuru, uhuru. Thank you, Sister
Yes.
Lisa. And I'm so glad to be here because Black is definitely back. Black is back, period. And that is why the FBI is attacking Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru movement. But what I say is that if the feds are not watching, there's nothing to see. And we know that this freedom, this fight is something to see. And that's why I'm so proud to be a part of the Black is Back coalition. And I understand that we're on the right path when they start fighting back, but that's why we got to fight back even harder. So can we put the presentation up?
Thank you. And so I am the founder of Operation Stop CPS, and we can go to the next slide. And our mission is to abolish the family regulation system. And like Sister Lisa said, I've worked in this system for over 10 years. And so I've been able to understand how this system works from the inside. And by trying to challenge this system, I realized that you can't challenge it from the inside, right? Because of the loyalty that the corporate loyalty that they employ to keep people indebted to this system. And so when I took the blinders off, it was just in 2021, right? We're here at the year in review for 2022. And Operation Stop CPS was just launched in May of 2021. But what's so important is that in 2022, when I joined the African National Women's Organization under the leadership of Yejide Oromela, the president of the African National Women's Organization, I was able to deepen my understanding of this system that we are trying to abolish, right? And so Operation Stop CPS is focused on the family regulation system with the understanding that this system is a part of every other system that has been designed to keep our people oppressed. Next slide. And so what is this system, right? So the child protection system can be defined as certain formal and informal structures, functions, and capacities that have been assembled to prevent and respond to violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation of children. Now that sounds pretty. That sounds like, oh, that should be happening. But if we understand, and we understand that there's no system born from the system of capitalism and colonialism that could ever assemble to prevent and respond to the abuse and exploitation of our children, African children, then we will resist any system of the family regulation system, regardless of what they call it. They put all these systems in place to make this bigger, more powerful system. They finance it, they govern it with laws, and they make up their laws and rules as they go. Human resources and case management. This whole system is designed to do exactly what it is doing. Next slide. But we understand that we have to stop this system. We understand that we have to stop this system. We understand that even though we might not see the picture on the left of Black children being held up at auction blocks on the corner, that this is still happening today. As Chairman Omali Yeshitela says, that this is the new auction block, the family regulation system. But they're not doing it like this because they understand that we would revolt, we would stand up if they kept doing this in our faces. But we understand now that they're doing it behind closed doors. They're isolating our families. They're making it so that we can't speak out about what they're doing. They're, again, making up laws as they go. But we understand, next slide, that this system is serving its intended purpose, to police our families, to break them apart. Families of color, families in poverty and struggle, and people just simply living their lives with a different interpretation of how to parent their children. That's different from the colonizer or how they want you to parent your child. Next slide. But what we want people to understand is that there's no time for talking or discussion anymore. Black children are being ripped from their families. And if we don't see it, then what are we looking at? This mother here, Zephaniah and Miss Sellers, is the biggest case example of why we must abolish this system. At only 2 days old, Zephaniah was ripped from his mother's hands simply because they said she was impolite. Impolite at birth. And we could play the video. Then at the next one, go back. And it should have sound, but as you can see right here, this mother is in the hospital room. In a hospital, just trying to leave with her child.
One time. You're gonna hurt my baby. You let go. You're gonna hurt my baby. You let go.
Don't do that. You would go. Hey, don't do that to me. Like, I got it. And that should anger us all seeing that. And we should all use this video all of 2023 to put pressure on this system. Because next slide, after 590 days in this foster care system, Zephaniah is home. After 500 though, in 90 days, in a white foster home, trying to erase any culture that this child would have, any bond that he would have with his mother, his grandmother, anybody else that would be able to pass down his greatness to him. But again, now this baby is home and now we are fired up for 2023. And if we could play the video of Miss Sellers.
Okay, just want to ask, did you finally hear the sound the second time I played the other video?
Yes.
I just wanted to give you guys an update. Of course, you guys already know. If you've been following my stories, I got home December 30th. So we took a...
Yes, again, so just hearing from this mom that just seeing the pain of this mother. And for Operation Stop CPS, this moment was a joyous moment because Ms. Sellers was the first call that came in after Operation Stop CPS was launched in May of 2021. And even at that moment, I did not understand the violence that this system inflicts on families. But my eyes were completely open. And then my understanding was deepened with the African National Women's Organization, and which is why I'm here today as a member of the Black is Back Coalition to say that Black is back. And so we prepared a video to be able to show the work that we have done over this year and why we are so fired up for 2023. And so you can go to the next slide and play the video.
Hey, everybody, it's Amanda, founder of Operation Stop CPS, and it is the end of 2022. This year, we completed 5 operations and saw the return of 12 children back to their community and their family. On January 27th, the Brown siblings came home in North Carolina. On March 10th, the Temple siblings came home, Devon and DeJoy in Maryland. On May 6th, the Brooks twins came home in Dayton, Ohio. And on May 12th, the Jones sisters came home in York. And on December 30th, Zephaniah Brown came home in Kentucky. We held over 30 rallies and protests in 5 different states. This year, we marched in 2 mobilizations, the 14th annual Black People's March on the White House, which was organized by the Black is Back Coalition, which Operation Stop CPS is a member organization of. Black is back. Also, we marched in the first annual Black Mothers March on the White House, co-organized by Operation Stop CPS, the African National Women's Organization, Movement for Family Power, JMAC for Families, the Family Justice Tribe, and the Life Recovery Project. Over 100 families came to Washington, D.C. to speak truth to power. Children are trapped in this system. We had over 15 Know Your Rights trainings, both virtual and in person, to be able to educate people on the threats and dangers of this system so that they knew how to protect themselves and hold up the line. Operation Stop CPS has planted roots in Durham, North Carolina, and has focused our primary efforts on changing the mindset of the Durham County community to resist. We understand the assignment. We understand what must happen. We must heal. 2023, stay tuned for our plan to uproot this system. by planting strong roots of our own.
And next slide, because again, that is why we are so fired up, because we saw babies come home, we saw families be reunited. We marched on the White House to say that enough is enough. African women will lead. We are coming for our babies because we understand the assignment. Right? Takel is the assignment, right? His brother and sister are currently in this system, and we're currently facing a restraining order to say we can't even say these kids' names because they don't want the truth to come out. But what we are here to say is that we don't care, and we're going to still push forward to freedom because we understand our rights. But we understand our rights, but we also understand our power. And that's something that can nobody give to you, write down, or tell you what to do with it. So please be the solution with us. Next slide.
2 minutes.
You can go to our website to get involved, follow us on Facebook and Instagram, purchase the Respond and Power Guide, and you can scan the QR code to learn more. Again, join the Black is Back Coalition. As an individual, as an organization, let's continue to push forward to freedom. I am so damn excited. I remember being at the 13th annual Black People's March on the White House and hearing Zaki Baruti stand up there and say freedom in my lifetime. And it did something to me to understand that freedom is going to happen in our lifetime because we're not going to stop until we get it. We are winning. African women join the African National Women's Organization. Shout out to my cadres that we were able to finish this in 2022, and let's keep pushing for 2023. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And let me just let you know, they try to come after our sister. So make sure you all stay connected with us because they tried to come after her in the past. We might be needing people to be out in front of them court buildings if they're in the North Carolina area, or signing petitions or writing letters. So please, please, please stay connected with us because we got our sisters back, and that's how that's going to go. So I just want to just give people a heads up about that because they try to come after her, but she's undeterred. She's undeterred. And we love her so much. And we're so glad that she's a part of the coalition. Now, our next presenter is going to be from a longtime comrade of the coalition, a brother who's been doing great work. I've met him several times before outside of the coalition, but he is our brother Paul Pumphrey with Friends of the Congo. And my mother's maiden name is Pumphrey, so I think we might be related in more ways than one. But anyway, he has been an organizer and activist for over 40 years and is co-founder and member of the board of directors for the Friends of the Congo. It is a nonprofit advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C., human rights and grassroots institutions established in 2004 to work to bring about the peaceful and lasting change in the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. So our brother has been working with many human rights and grassroots institutions. And brother Paul Pumphrey, welcome to the coalition. We are so appreciative of your work. Uhuru.
Uhuru. My name is Paul Pumphrey. And I'm here, one moment, let me get my camera.
Yeah, I was going to say your camera. You want to see your beautiful, powerful face.
My name is Paul Pumphrey, and as said, I'm co-founder of Friends of the Congo. I'd like to give some information about the Congo and why we feel it's important. The DRC is the second largest country in Africa today. It has the second largest rainforest in the world. With the DRC rainfall, the fertile soil, it alone could produce enough food to feed over 9 billion people a year. It has an estimated 70% of the world's lithium and cobalt, which are key components to the batteries that could support the world's transition away from fossil fuel. It is the only country in Africa that borders 9 other countries in Africa. The Congolese River is so powerful that it can power through hydroelectric dams enough electricity to meet the need of Africa, the total continent of Africa, for the next 30 years. The total raw material wealth of the DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo, is estimated to be over $20 trillion. If these minerals were refined, their value would be over $200 trillion. The electronic, aerospace, and electric vehicle industries are just some of the industries that are highly dependent upon these minerals in the DRC. This is a major reason why the media and the NATO governments downplay the importance of the DRC. This is a major reason why NATO nations have not allowed the people of the DRC to choose their head of state and national government since the killing of Patrice Lumumba. Yes, they do have elections, but the US and NATO nations step in and decide who are the winners of those elections. The NATO nations, led by the US government, believe that one of the major keys in their ability to continue robbing Africa will be to keep the DRC undeveloped. We, the Friends of the Congo, believe that Africa cannot be free if the DRC is kept underdeveloped. We who live in the diaspora must seek to expose and defeat the war crimes of imperialism that have carried out by the NATO nations while mastering the technical skills of the developed nations that are in harmony with the nature of to address the needs of our people. We must study how the past to learn from our mistakes as we build for our future. Looking back at the anti-apartheid struggle, there are several lessons that we can learn from. Even though large parts of South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe's economies were built on mining, there were few qualified comrades trained in the modern mining industry. Even though large parts of South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe had modern banking system, there were few qualified comrades trained in modern banking. Even though large parts of South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe had modern farming, there were few qualified comrades trained in modern farming. Even though a large part of South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe had modern electrical systems, there were few qualified comrades trained in running modern electrical systems. And even though a large part of South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe had modern airline systems, there were few qualified comrades trained in running modern airlines. We're living where we can learn these skills and be able to train our sisters and brothers these important skills that are needed to truly liberate Africa, the Caribbean, Central and South America. I would like to give an example. Cocoa cannot be grown in NATO nations, yet the NATO nations make over 95% of the total wealth generated by this agricultural product. Cocoa, for example, 22 tons of raw cocoa sells on the world market for less than 50,000 US dollars, while 22 tons of premium chocolate sells for over 3 million US dollars. This only one example of many how Africa can gain in its ability to have the resources needed for its development. We need to study how China has been able to come from one of the poorest nations economy in the world in the 1970s to compete with NATO nations today. Now, I did have a video, but I'm not sure if we'll be able to show that video. And if not, the video was basically showing how a lot of mining is going on right now inside the Congo, where you literally have individuals. Let me see if I can pull it up on my, one moment.
I think I have it up.
Okay.
So crazy to see. This is the bottom of the supply chain of your iPhone, of your Tesla, of your Samsung. I mean, I'm just naming those companies. Right. It's all of them, right? All of them. We're not just picking on them. And here's what you need to know, Joe, about this video. I was the first outsider to get into this mine. And that's why it's just a really short video that I was able to take. This is an industrial cobalt mine where there's not supposed to be one artisanal miner. Now, that's the term used for people who are just digging by hand as opposed to tractors and excavators. There's not supposed to be one here. That's what the story is told at the top of the chain. This mine, and I can name it, it's called Shabara. There's not supposed to be one artisanal miner here, according to the consumer-facing tech companies and EV companies buying this cobalt. Lo and behold, I walk into this place and this is what I see. There's more than 15,000 human beings crammed into that pit. This is so crazy.
And may I say about that in a lot of those pits, they build little small tunnels for children below the age of 10, because they're the only ones can fit in those tunnels to get the cobalt. And there have been a number of cave-ins of those tunnels where those children have either been crippled for life or have lost their lives. And this is just another example of what we need to do on this end. We can learn about geology, we can learn about mining, where we can take that valuable knowledge to our brothers and sisters in the continent so that they will not have to be dependent upon the European NATO countries and the US, Canada, and Australia to do the mining in Africa, and that wealth can stay within our own community. And so we can have that wealth that we can then begin to develop the continent. I'm open for any questions.
Uhuru, I've got a question.
Yes.
That question is, based on Blinken's visit to the African nations, most recently to protect the interest of the United States government, the offer was $55 billion to 50 countries. Am I correct? 51 countries in the African nations. And is it to my understanding that the Congo was the only nation that caved in due to the petty bourgeoisie neo-colonizer government figure that's supporting colonialism in the Congo?
The reality, 3 more minutes left for this segment. Sorry.
Yeah, the reality is that when the United States offer aid and they talk about the numbers as far as the money, most of that means financing US military inside of the continent of Africa. Right now, the United States have close to 80 US military bases throughout Africa. To my knowledge, there's only one country that doesn't have a US military base, and that's Eritrea. And so they throw the number out, but they don't say how that money, that number is going to be used as far as money is concerned. I think a lot of people were surprised, for example, in Niger, when they talked about those 4 soldiers getting killed in Niger. A lot of people didn't even know what Niger was. They thought they were talking about Nigeria. But this is a problem of the United States. The United States confuses people by throwing out numbers as to what kind of aid they're giving to the continent. But often that aid means it comes with a lot of strings attached. And part of those strings happens to be the US military.
with African Command. And we have been a part of a coalition of the Black Alliance for Peace, where we call for a complete ending of African Command, because we recognize that that is only a tool of imperialism to keep African people suppressed.
Okay, on that note, then I'll finish up with this last question.
And we have 2 more minutes left in this segment.
Okay, real quick.
Yes, we also have the chairman at
So
the
you're
podium.
speaking of the terrorist AFRICOM. Am I correct? AFRICOM from the United States?
Correct.
Right. I saw the chairman wanted to say something, so I was just going to say, if the chairman has something to say, and then you can respond to what the chairman's comment and Brother Sayaro's comment, if we could do it like that, please. Thank you.
Unmuting.
Chairman,
you can't hear.
Uhuru, I just wanted to say at the top that I really appreciate the presentation by Comrade Pumphrey. The truth of the matter is that he's taken the cover off a lot of darkness that people don't know about our Africa and about the US and what has been characterized as the NATO nations, the whole Atlanticist project that's been attacking Africa now for the longest period of time. So I really appreciate that. And I also appreciate him pushing the fact that there are skills that we need to be attaining in order to enhance our ability to be self-reliant, self-governing people. But a difference in what we see in Africa at the moment and China that was used as an example is the Chinese made a revolution and they never lived under neo-colonialism after they became independent. That is to say, the US, England, none of them dominated and controlled the economy of China after it became independent. And that meant that it was impossible for them to be able to say what road China should be going into. In fact, they were crying crocodile tears all the time because they're saying China is stealing their technology and all of that. But in Africa, what we have is a whole neo-colonial setup, which is why Biden could summon 49 so-called heads of state to Washington, D.C., and they all showed up without an agenda, without any prior preparation that was possible for the part of Africans ourselves. And so they are able to manipulate. And Eritrea, as you just mentioned, is the only one that does not have an AFRICOM entity that's there. And Eritrea is also one of the ones that they've characterized as being some kind of autocratic state as opposed to the United States and everybody who follows their whim. So I just think that's really important. And I think that says something also about what's necessary for us. Get the skills and everything, but recognize that as long as neo-colonial exists, which is the ability of the colonizers, of the Europeans to control the economy of Africa, and as long as Africa is divided and split, Congo can't stand by itself. All Africa has to be united, and Blinken recognized the significance when he was there. He talked about Africa, and even though they cringe and cry, and when we talk about Africa, because they want to say Africa is not a country, it's a continent, because they want to minimize our perception of our Africa. The reality is they're treating Africa as a whole, and they want everything there. But I thought that was a really great presentation to talk about the NATO countries. They murdered Lumumba, and they control the whole situation now in terms of the economy of our Africa. And that's the thing that the Chinese and the Russians are in contention with them about, which is a part of the struggle that we're involved in right now. Uhuru.
Brother Paul, did you want to just conclude? Because we are at time, but you have time to conclude your presentation.
Yes, I concur with the statement that was just made, but I also want to bring up the point that we can play a role. For example, in the Congo, they grow enough cocoa that roughly right now they're exporting it as cocoa, and they're getting probably around about $300,000 for that cocoa, or maybe even $1 million. But the bottom line is that they actually process their cocoa. And the beautiful thing about chocolate is everything that goes in the chocolate grows in the same area of the world that the cocoa does, the sugar, the coconut, the almonds, you name it. That they could literally, with partnerships with us here, they could literally generate somewhere around $3 billion off of that same amount of cocoa. You have Belgium that can't grow cocoa making $7 billion a year off of African cocoa. And that means we have to create a partnership. We have to first understand how to make the cocoa, which is something I've already worked on doing. I'm actually a part of a chocolate company that is setting up where we're going to train people from Africa, from the Caribbean, from Central America, and training them how to make premium chocolate so that they can use the cocoa that they grow and get the true benefits from it, instead of the chump change is right now selling it as cocoa rather than as premium chocolate.
Thank you, and we're at time.
And I thank be for the opportunity.
Comrade Pumphrey, I think that's really important what you're talking about. And I also, I now remember that you gave me some of the chocolate some years ago. I just thought about that when you were speaking. And you know, we have such incredible resources in Africa, our Africa. But you know, I just want to say that be careful, Comrade, because you know what has happened in every instance. I mean, you talk about cocoa. At one time, Nkrumah really was concerned because much of the cocoa at that time was coming out of Ghana. You know, of course, we see Ivory Coast and other places where you know people are being exploited. Our people are being exploited. But that Hershey, Pennsylvania, for example, had 10-year supply of the world's cocoa in silos. That's Hershey, in Hershey, Pennsylvania, named for Hershey, 10 years. So they had enough cocoa so that if what they did to her in Nkrumah was actually just to stop production. I mean, they had enough to take it off, keep it off the market and depress the prices of cocoa, which they set anyway. So you have a situation where they set the prices for what they're going to pay for it, and then they set the prices for what Africa going to pay for it when it comes back to Africa in some processed form, which is one of the reasons, too, they overthrew Nkrumah. But I truly believe that you're on the right track, Brother Paul, and I'm not trying to undermine that at all, because those are the technology we needed, the skills we needed, so they can contribute to our Africa. But remember, what happened on July 29th in this country just now is an indication of what this government will do to forces that are consciously working to control our own economy. Because we weren't trying to get the cocoa, we were just trying to build a basketball court and trying to set women's health centers and things like that. And that was part of the basis for their attack. And so I just say, be careful. And I agree that this is, and we will do anything we can to support the effort that you're making right now, Comrade Uhuru.
Uhuru, man, these conversations always end on subjects that can create a whole new webinar itself. So, and we have to follow up with that. Oh, I have to start my video. Okay, yeah, I was just saying these presentations always end with such open-ended, powerful statements that can just generate a whole new webinar and everything, and a whole new discussion. And thank you so very much for that powerful presentation as well. Greatly appreciate it, and so glad that you are officially a member of the Black is Back Coalition, and I just look forward to working with you in every way that I can. Our next presenter is going to be Dr. Matsamela Odom from NPDOM. He is also the chair of the Black is Back, the Black Community Control of Police Working Group. And Brother Dr. Matsamela, he is an intro to Black Studies professor at the University of San Diego. And I think there may have been a change in the leadership with NPDOM. I'm not quite sure, but I see in his bio, he's the vice president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. But I know he's in the leadership of the Uhuru movement, and we are so appreciative of the work he does with the Black is Back, Black Community Control of Police Working Group. Uhuru!
Uhuru, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, Uhuru. So I want to thank you for that, Comrade Lisa. I'm Dr. Matsamela Odom, International President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, elected at our September 2022 convention. Impediment is just that, an international organization with members throughout North America, the Caribbean, Africa, Europe, and elsewhere, doing the work, struggling for the democratic rights of African people. Very important. So I would like to begin my talk by saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the chairman of the Black is Back Coalition, as well as the leader of the Uhuru Movement and the African People's Socialist Party. In many practical ways, I think that this is, a very important conversation we are having today, in the sense that the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement is intricately and practically bound to the same tactical and strategic importance that birthed the Black is Back Coalition back in 2009. In 1977, Chairman Omali Yeshitela spoke to the Black Organizers Conference at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. It was in this speech that he outlined the role of revolutionary leadership in the mass movement. We spoke of, the moment in 2008, 2009, the birth coalition, as well as in many ways the importance of the period following the uprising of African workers in North St. Louis County, just miles down the street, just a couple miles down the street from where Impediment is headquartered, where the African People's Socialist Party is headquartered, where Chairman Omali Yeshitela's home was brutally assaulted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It was that spontaneous uprising of African workers, African youth, that defines this moment where we are right now, but also really defines the importance of leadership. We say the FBI attacks because Black is back, and that is exactly why the FBI attacks. Colonialism is violent, right? Colonialism is violent. So either they want you to live under the yoke of their violence, but as a moment that we begin to stand up on our own, that's when they strike in other ways. So this speech was entitled "The Political Aspects of Building a Mass Movement, the Tactical and Strategic Importance and Strategic Objectives for Black Liberation." See, the first 2 points of this steps Chairman had laid out were, first one, to win Black people to the position of political independence. Second, to establish the leadership of the pro-independence movement. Chairman notes that this can be built through coalition. He notes that 1977, now we talking 46 years ago, almost. And so this shows Impediment really is crucial to step one. Black is Back Coalition, crucial to step two. In 2008, when Impediment members under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela asked then presidential candidate Barack Hussein Obama, what about the Black community at Gibbs High School, an important observation was made, right? And we have to note that this is the very first time, a very eloquent African man had ever stuttered and been able to not answer. Because what Chairman Omali Yeshitela lays out is that, colonialism in crisis wants you to work for its change. It wants you to work against the change that's in your own best interest. The emergence of Barack Obama represented the crisis of imperialism that has only accelerated over the last 14 years. Imperialism is in crisis. We can hear the death knell of colonial capitalism. However, just like any living being that has been fatally wounded, the colonial capitalist social system becomes extremely dangerous when fighting for its life. We can see that violence exhibited by the social system in the violent assault against the Garvey movement and other anti-colonial movements following the first imperialist world war, in the assassinations, the jailings, the demoralization, the slandering of people during the African Revolution that had followed the Second World War. And we see it again at this moment, that violence. The work of Impedum and the Black is Back Coalition has advanced this crisis. Impedum understands its active participation in the Black is Back Coalition as an essential part of this struggle. In his most recent political report, Chairman Omali Yeshitela notes that the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement is an important part of this strategy for our struggle at this moment. Impedum, Chairman notes, is the organization most resembles the structure of the party. Impedum is a revolutionary organization that fights for the democratic rights of the African working class, aiming to bring African workers back into political life. Africans are plagued by a variety of shared contradictions, Chairman notes. Chairman notes, which Impedum is structured to help resolve, right? Chairman has dubbed this moment the uneasy equilibrium, right? And like I have said, right, imperialism in crisis wants you to imagine change as working against the true change that you should be working towards, the change that has already come here. And Impedum really represents that change. The work of the Black is Back Coalition really represents that change. And so it's important for us to know that, you know, when the social system is imbalance, is out of balance, it's important for us to push forward. Throughout the spring and summer, that morning, July 29th, that the FBI attacked the African People's Socialist Party, myself in San Diego, we were organizing for a very important week of political trainings and demonstrations. In St. Louis, as you all have heard, the African Doula Project was set to commence. In Impedum, St. Louis members were actively organizing the Black People's Convention, of which was to happen a pre-convention was set to happen that Sunday. Throughout the spring and summer of that year, Impedum members had actively organized with the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market, bringing necessary food and vegetables and things like that to a community that one has to drive miles upon miles to find access to a legitimate a grocery store and stuff like that. When I first visited St. Louis at the dawn of the Black Power blueprint, it literally looked like a bomb had been dropped on North St. Louis, and it had been dropped by what the colonizers call benign neglect, right? But it's a new day in North St. Louis, and it's a new day in the African world, and that's why the FBI attacks. Many of us remember that the Black Panther Party had given out before the Black Panther Party gave out free breakfast programs. There were no free breakfast programs for African children. Now, a similar thing has been taking place in North St. Louis. Now, the city of St. Louis stands on the street corners and they try to give out food and produce to people. This is because of the work that we are doing, but it's important for us to push harder, not to prop up the system. St. Louis is the center of Impedum, but Impedum is an international organization. We see that dual and contending power taking place in South Africa, where Impedum members participate in Project Tutukani, a place where the African community has been turned into a dumping ground for parasitic corporations, and African and Impedum members organized the community to clear out these waste grounds, to give the land back to the people. Impedum members all throughout Southern Africa hold political rallies, right? Raising the consciousness of people, but also raising and forwarding the importance of Impedum's program, the Revolutionary National Democratic Program, for people to understand what it is like and what it means to struggle for the democratic rights of African people as a necessary precursor. We see Impedum growing throughout the West Indies, where we have a revolutionary cultural worker, Comrade Janelle, down there organizing in a very serious way, mass support for the Uhuru movement, mass support for Hands Off Uhuru. Impedum has played a very, very active role, securing hundreds of signatures and organizational support for the campaign, organizing alongside the speaking tour, Chairman Omali Shatella Uhuru. I think I'm, so how many minutes do I get, 10 or 15?
10 minutes.
Oh, cool. So I'm at time?
No, you're not. You got 2 more minutes.
Okay, Uhuru. So we see Impedum members at the same day that Impedum members attended the Black is Back Coalition for Peace, for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, Black People's March in Washington. Impedum members were amongst the organizers in South Africa, the organizers in Europe, marching on the embassy there, right? Impedum's 2022 convention was entitled, "The FBI Cannot Stop This Convention, Defending the Black Community. We Are Our Own Liberators," right? And that is what is guiding Impedum's work into 2023, building on the successes, understanding the urgency. Impedum is building a membership drive. The most important thing you can do right now, go to impedum.org/today and become a member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement. If you are an organization, join the Black is Back Coalition, join an Hands Off Uhuru working group, and let's keep this work going. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. And thank you so very, very much for your very powerful and informative presentation. And again, brothers and sisters who are watching, please go to some of the links that were mentioned. We're gonna, somebody has been asking if we have a list of the coalition organizations. We know we need to work on that because we want to promote them as well. We want people to know their websites and the work that they're doing so that people can also contribute as well to them. And we're going to have another check-in. We got $950 more to raise, brothers and sisters. I believe we can do. I know that we can. I know that we can. We just have to, again, share, tell people about the work of the Black is Back Coalition, donate while you can, become a member. All of these things are important. Do we have any more? I just want to do a check for resources, and we could get the membership information up again. And in the meantime, I'm going to try to share with everybody some information about how to donate and support our brother, Dr. Mutulu Shakur. And if we can also get, become an individual member, that's $25. Become an organizational member, that's $200 if you're an international organization, $150 if you are a national organization, and if you are on the a state, local, or provincial organization, that's $50. And yes, we need support. You can make a contribution. Please give. No, there's no amount that is too small. Also, please support us on our social media pages. Black is Back Coalition on the Facebook page. There's also the Black Community Control of Police Working Group on the Facebook page. The Health for the Revolution on the Facebook page. We have a page on TikTok, Black is Back Coalition. So please look for us in these social media spaces as well. We got work to do.
Yes, Sister Lisa, I just want to say that, our last presenter just made it very clear of the reason why you should not be out here, you know, in this movement alone. The Black is Back Coalition is the greatest organization to join up with and unite with us. So go and sign up your organization. It's only $200 a year. Thank you.
Right. Make this revolution happen. Sister Elikia, you came on. You got good news for us. I know. Feel it.
Yeah, I wanted to say some things. While I'm doing this, Sister Kinga, if you can write up the total that we are at so far, but I wanted to acknowledge, beginning with Brother Larry Wells, who made a $100 pledge, Comrade Raya Fogarty, I'm always messing up her last name, who made a contribution of $25, Comrade Grady Brown, who made a $60 pledge, Sister Vanessa Edwards, who joined at an individual membership of $25. So we'll be following up with you shortly after this webinar. Comrade Matum Nyobe, who made a $100 contribution, and Comrade Oronde Takuma, who also made a $100 contribution. So this is what is the most that I have on my end, and the total is continuing to be counted up. And before this webinar is up, we will have an exact, you know, total and exactly who has donated what. But I just wanted to recognize what has been coming in.
Sister Elikia and everyone, $1,550. We have $950 to go, and I know that we can do this. Get your Black is Back t-shirt, your mask, become an individual member, become an organizational member. Do it today. Now is the time. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Also, I just wanted to give a shout out to somebody who had posted something in the chat there with the Missouri Green Party or something like. They said they were going to be having a webinar or some kind of program. I think on the 11th. I can't find, my chat is not even scrolling right now, so I can't find it, but I know that they mentioned some presenters. They said they stand in solidarity in this fight back against what the FBI has done, you know, what the United States government is doing. I know they said they're going to be having something in January. Again, I cannot find it on my chat.
January 11th, that is correct.
Yes, yes. And I see that they mentioned somebody that's going to be on, somebody I know, Madeline Hoffman, who we've been doing great work together in New Jersey. And she did come, and we had a demonstration in front of the federal building condemning what happened. She did come. So I'm looking forward to that. I just wanted to give a shout out about that.
Also too will be participating on January 11th and the Green Party's webinar against repression.
I'm sorry, Sister Ikenga, could you repeat the last part of what you just said?
I said that Chairman Omali Ishatella will be participating in that January 11th webinar that the Green Party is hosting.
Great. And just while we're just talking a little bit about upcoming meetings, I know on the 9th, on Monday, right, there is a mass meeting for the Hands Off the Uhuru movement, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
And we will have an announcement up and how people can register, et cetera, for that as well before this webinar is over.
Okay, great. And let me just see right now if I can do a share on some resources, how we can support our brother, Dr. Mutulu Shakur. I just made some notes on how we can do it. Let me see if I can share this. Okay, yeah, so here is one of the links that you can go to. You'll see it says www.paypal.com/PayPal Freedom for Mutulu. And if you click on that link, it'll take you right to how you can make the donation through PayPal. Cash App is CEHAW. And then if you want to contact his support group, you can send an email to info@mutulushakur.com. But please, we want our brother here. We want good support around him, and we are going to do this. We are going to do this. So again, to support Dr. Mutulu Shakur, you go to going to say something?
No, your sound
Sister Lisa, I hope my sound is I just want to say that we want to acknowledge our anonymous donors that are donating to us too as well. We recognize you and we really appreciate you too.
Yes, we do. We appreciate you. And we appreciate your comments. We appreciate your watching. We appreciate all those who tuned in on Facebook. If we somehow did not get your name and you donated, you can let us know again. But we do appreciate you. We really do. And we want to show it even more by our work and our boots on the ground.
Yeah. We need to advance the program.
Oh, okay. So our next presenter that we will be having is our brother, Yusef Joseph with the Joko Collective. Our brother, Yusef Joseph. He was born and raised in Los Angeles, California, and has been a lifelong Californian, spending his late teens and 20s in the San Francisco Bay Area, attending college at St. Mary's College of California in Morago, California, and then transferring to San Francisco State University, where he earned a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Black Studies. He is a member of the Joko Collective, a grassroots community education project. Check them out on Facebook. Ufuru, dear brother, Ufuru.
Thank you, Sister Lisa. It is always an honor, right, to be in the company of the member organizations and individuals of the Black is Back Coalition. Greetings to all the coalition members. Greetings to the leadership, to you, Chairman O'Malley, to all participants who are here with us. I am Brother Yusef. I'm an educator and a poet and a member of the Joko Collective. Sister Likia, are you going to share our PowerPoint or shall I? Great, thank you. A Joko is fundamentally a discussion that provides space for the practice of sustained and probative dialogue. As a mode of grassroots community education, we treat selected topics for several sessions and in this way construct in-depth understandings of the topics themselves and the relationship to African people's bid for liberation. Our radical traditions are rooted in and nourished by intellectual vigor. The regular practice of open, critical dialogue around what we believe, we know makes us not only a better informed community, but more agile thinkers and problem solvers. And this was an important part of the impetus for why Sister Tasha founded the Joko, because it was founded by Sister Tasha Thomas, who then invited me and others, all right, including Brother Dawood, who is here to join the Joko, to intervene, right, in some of the information that is being promoted in our community over really a couple of decades now, without necessarily doing any kind of critical analysis or source criticism of these ideas and their usefulness for our liberation struggle. Slide. So over the last year, and really over the last several years, we've been addressing this theme of creating the world we want by taking a deep dive using the 9 areas of people activity that have been outlined by Neely Fuller and also reinforced by Dr. Welsing, and just using that as a model, right? These 9 areas of activity. Okay, so what would the world we're trying to create? A free world, a just world, a unified African world. What would these areas of human activity look like in this world? What do they look like now? So over the past year, law and liberation, right? Politics and war we've looked at. We will take time out, right, for various topical issues that come up. So we thought it was important over the year to revisit COVID, right? At the time, 3 years into the pandemic, to see, where folks are in their understanding, what the science is saying, et cetera, right? We did a special program inviting artists, right? Other poets and writers to share their visions through their work. And we've been coming to the end of our dive into the people activities. So most recently, and really through most of this year into the summer, we began looking at sex in society, right? That people activity of sex. And of course, sex by itself isn't enough, right? So we broke that down into sex in the family, right? Sex in society, sex and economy. What do we mean when we talk about the breakdown of the family, and what family do we have in mind? Are we talking about some of our traditional family structures, our African traditional family structures, or are we reacting to this notion of the nuclear family that has been promoted by imperialist capitalism, and particularly because of its usefulness as a unit of consumption and a unit of production. We looked at, sex in the role of reproducing labor. What are some other ideas around sex in the family, different ideas of morality? We were able to, and as a regular practice of the JOCO, right, we invite grassroots activists, we invite scholars, professionals who are engaged in their communities doing activist work, in effect doing what Brother Paul and what the chairman alluded to, and really, directly stated, the importance of taking our skills, those of us who have gained certain kinds of skills through these systems of higher education, and bringing that back to the community. And me, myself, I always think of the JOCO as really bringing university level education to the people and bringing the people to that university level education, right? Because it isn't the experts who know everything. And a great deal of our approach to the JOCO, to this deliberative process over a debate process, is to try to make real, right, some of the ideas of Paulo Freire in the pedagogy of the oppressed, the ideas of Amilcar Cabral, right, and the role of culture in revolution, and culture as a site of strength in our people internationally, and whether we're talking about the global African family, or wherever we are in our local areas, our local regions. We were able to bring in communities in solidarity, other communities facing colonialism, participants from revolutionary sectors of the Vietnamese community here in Southern California. We were able to invite comrades from the Palestinian struggle into the discussion, to share, how family is attacked, what are family structures, how all of these various aspects of our lives, all of these various people activities are weaponized against us, and how we can regain sovereignty, right, over our experience of these, our organization of these people activities. Slide. So to complete the year, right, August through November, we are generally quiet in December, right, as we do our own kind of internal year review and then project where we're going to go in the upcoming calendar year.
2 more minutes.
Was that 2 minutes?
Yeah, 2 more minutes.
Okay, great. So we finished up the year. We finished up our discussion of the role of sex. I'm looking at the economy of pleasure, right? And as Sister Tasha liked saying it, bringing sex work out of the cold, not making sex work and sex adjacent work a question of morality, but what is its place in the global imperialist capitalist structure? What is its relationship to materialism and the placement of these foreign military bases and domestic military bases around the world? What has been the role of sex work and sex adjacent work in the service economy, in the tourist economy, in the primitive accumulation of capital, right? Because it's absolutely an aspect of that primitive accumulation of capital over these past 600, 500 years. Because of the attack on the Uhuru movement, because of the attack on Chairman O'Malley and on the vice chair, Ona Zane, we invited Brother James Simmons to come talk about counterinsurgency and how we can address that counterinsurgency. We brought in Brother James to talk about the increased white terrorism from civilians that is corollary and always an aspect of the state's violence against colonized folks. You can go to that last slide or that next slide. So what we've got coming up, right, this month, we're going to have an interview with Comrade Mwezi Odom about hands off Uhuru and the various activities that folks can engage in with, again, bringing Professor James Simmons in, who's also a movement lawyer, to discuss that. And then in February forward, right, we've come to the end of our 9 people activities, and we didn't do them in any preconceived order. We chose the order. So we're going to end with entertainment, give us a chance to look at this world of media, arts, culture, recreational culture, the role of the multi-billion-dollar sports industry and what that looks like in the world we want. Why was it important to China and Cuba, China when it was a revolutionary country, revolutionary Cuba, to invest in athletics, right? To be able to compete at a world level. So that's where we're going immediately in 2023. Can you go to the next slide?
And you're at time, but if you can definitely.
Yeah, we're right at the end. I just want to encourage folks. You can find us. We're on YouTube, Joko Collective channel on YouTube. We're also on Facebook. Many of these videos and these conversations I've been talking about will soon be migrated to the YouTube channel. So I encourage you to go to the Joko Collective YouTube channel. Please subscribe to the channel. Please share the videos. Can you go to the final slide? And that's it, right? Power to the people, period. That's what Joko was about. A clearinghouse of this information, a place for critical dialogue so that we can sharpen our understanding, have better information to make this liberation, this revolution happen. Thank you.
Uhuru.
Forever and Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, our dear brother on the West Coast. Thank you. Thank you for joining and for participating. And I'm looking forward to your upcoming webinars that you're having, some dynamic ones that you've had. And thank you so much.
You're
Our
always
next
welcome.
sister, she's just fire, but she's a good kind of fire. She don't burn down churches. She builds people up with her fire. You know, she supports people and stands behind them. Our next presenter, I should say, is Sister Belinda Parker Brown, and she is an educator, a researcher, a life specialist, community organizer, a motivational speaker who has spent the majority of her career enhancing the potential of others. She works with diverse audiences have benefited greatly and responded enthusiastically to Mrs. Parker Brown's wealth of experiences. She is the president and chief executive officer of Louisiana United Incorporated. The LUI is a bipartisan social justice organization whose mission is to champion the protection of human rights, including the civil, constitutional, and societal rights that are too commonly trampled on in today's world. The LUI speaks for the person or group that cannot speak for themselves and has a proven track record all across the state of Louisiana. Mrs. Parker Brown co-hosted a talk show called A Force for Justice and is a nationally recognized advocate. And I believe that you're going to be inviting somebody else to do the presentation with you, right, dear sister?
Yes, that's correct, Lisa. Thank you so much. Thank you. Awesome. I'm really enjoying all of the presenters thus far. And I do have another person that's going to join me, Mr. Sareo. He's on the screen now. So we're gonna jump right into it. I mean, this have been just impactful and very powerful informational webinar presentations from all the presenters. Just have been phenomenal. But first, I would like to say that if it's ever been a time for Black people in America to unite, now is that time. It's one thing when you're just sitting on, the sidelines or standing on the sidelines and you watching and you have seen all of these things transpire over generations that the chairman was talking about earlier. It really puts something on my mind. I'm like, if not now, then when? The FBI attack is because Black is back and we're just not going to take it anymore. And what we're saying to the whole world, that Black people deserve the same treatment of any other race or nationality in this country. And no offense, if y'all want to fly and do all of these things and, attack the Capitol, I heard that it was a discussion on what if that was Black people that did that. Just think about that. Don't answer. So my concern is now, we're saying that the FBI have gotten it wrong. They got it wrong this time, for sure, without a doubt. They got it wrong because we know why they're attacking the African Socialist Party, the Uhuru movement, and every single organization that's out here that's organizing and mobilizing on behalf of Black people liberation is a target. So people, I'm here to tell you today that we're just not going to tolerate it anymore. We're going to continue to organize and mobilize and unite our people across this country like never before. And we're going to use all of our resources. Hello, I said our resources, our money to do that. That's the reason why we don't have no business on here begging nobody that's Black in America, especially if you have an organization and on a grassroots level and you out here fighting on behalf of people's freedom and liberty that have been done wrong in the United States of America. So if you didn't know, now you know. Stop hesitating and stop giving us any excuses, because there is no more excuses. There is no reason why we as the Black people in America should not be united by now. And I don't care what it is that you're doing in your communities. You know, do what you're doing. But join up with a powerful coalition that's saying that we must be united. We must back these people up off of us. We must stop them from attacking us on an individual basis, because we're doing something that they don't like. And that is helping our people, educating our people, bringing our people up to where we all should be. They promised to give us stuff way back during Dr. Martin Luther King that we never got. We've been waiting on reparations for Black people in America. Where is it? Why haven't we gotten it? Don't answer that question, but just think about it. Think about what they're doing to the African Socialist Party right now. Think about it. So I'm here to say it's an urgency, and this is very critical. You know, I don't want to go down, you know, we can always talk about what we done did this, we done that. But I want to talk about what we haven't done. And that is put ourselves in the position as Black people in America to be strong, united, sustainable, protected. So when they come for us, they're gonna find us. So on that note, if you want to know more about Louisiana United International, you can go to our website. I was hoping that Alikia can share our website, and we don't put everything on our website for a reason. Okay, but we are out here, and what LUI means is that we're here and we're not going anywhere. We're here to stay. We're here for the real change that people want to see. And it's going to start right here where the boiling point is in the state of Louisiana, that everybody know about. The whole world was watching us doing Katrina. Okay, we made #1 as mass incarceration in the entire world. #1 as the most corrupt government in the whole world. Mississippi was #2. So we're exposing that. We're exposing our politicians, our corrupt politicians. We're exposing them and shedding the light on them by doing court watching and a whole, just a varieties of things that we do, because they don't want us watching them. So they keep us the busiest people in the world. They keep us separated and divided. Everybody running off talking about my organization, get a lawyer, you know, go to court, sue this, sue that. And the fox is guarding the hen house. But we're saying, once the Black people unite and come together, we can change anything for the future of our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren. So on that note, I would like for Mr. Cereo to come in and connect some of these dots on what happened in 2022. Listen, people, I'm telling you what happened that will wake you up so you can see why we're in the predicament that we're in right now. Go ahead, Mr. Cereo.
3 minutes. Yes. United States Supreme Court confirmed in April 2020 that Louisiana's 10-2 law was a vestige of racism, slavery, and Jim Crow law. Of course, as you well know, that the United States Supreme Court overturned what the state of Louisiana had done to over 8,000 people in the state of Louisiana, but then the hard-heartedness of the state, that includes the governor, John Bell Edwards, has kept the descendants of Africans of Africa enslaved in Angola prison. No one's been released based on the overturning of the law. Yet in Oregon court goes where Louisiana refused to go, avoiding hundreds of split jury convictions. This just happened in December of this year, 2 months after Louisiana's Supreme Court denied new trials to as many as 1,500 inmates convicted years ago by divided juries that are now legal. The Oregon Supreme Court did just the opposite. They let those people free. This is what happened. So it was a choice of the states. And you know that Louisiana is a slave hub. It was a port for transference of slaves from Africa, and as they called it, Angola prison. So that's one thing. As we went further into the year, and I'm gonna make this short because it's gotta be short. I wanted you to hear something, but I can't let you hear it now. Dr. Zena Crenshaw Logo. We went to court back in August of this year, and she really overturned some things that they were trying to flip in the court system on an individual, and she was able to knock the shovel out of their hands. If you heard the genius of Dr. Zena Crenshaw Logo, you would be amazed in a courtroom, the agility, the veracity, the strength of this sister, who the state murdered on September the 8th, 2022, in her home. They stole intellectual properties. We've still yet to receive a toxicology report or any other coroner report. September the 8th, she was murdered by the state. So when the chairman says that you could be gotten, we could be gotten, do not mistake that. I want to read something and I'm going to finish it with this because of time. And here it is. FBI indictments imminent. Fight back, the chairman says. If one believes that this is not imminent and cannot happen when we stand up righteously, united, unified, focused, and true in the fight for African internationalism, self-determination, and all-out freedom for Africans here in the United States and globally, that counterinsurgency by the FBI, mass media, imperialist police forces, the court system will all converge in the attempts to murder leadership and shut the movement of freedom down. This colonial, capitalist, imperialist, bloodlusting, vicious, and murderous institution will murder leadership in order to stop the movement for freedom, the revolutionary movement. They murdered Marcus Garvey, W.E.B. Du Bois, Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, U.P. Newton, Fannie Lou Hamer, Malcolm X, Dr. Zena Crenshaw Logo, and a host of accomplished freedom fighters to shut down prominent parties and organizations. Did they not? We need to stand by our freedom fighting organizations, never cowering, never wavering, yet knowing the cost of freedom with personal dignity, fighting with integrity, with honor, with courage, while fighting relentlessly. Just as Chairman Omali Yeshitela has been fighting scientifically for over 60 years of his physical life, just as Director Akeelia Naid, Director Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville of the Huru movement, who all face these unfounded indictments by way of the terrorist arm of the United States government, the FBI. Relentless, fist up, fight back. Uhuru. That means we are one.
Yes, I want to wrap it up by saying I got to correct one thing. In July the 12th of 2022, Dr. Zena Crenshaw Logo named herself in a lawsuit along with myself and one of our members that have been held hostage and kidnapped in these godforsaken hellhole jails and prisons here in the state of Louisiana. We were the only organization that challenged the state of Louisiana to free those people that have been wrongly convicted upon a racist, unconstitutional Jim Crow law that was schemed up And there was only 2 states in the whole country that did it. It was Louisiana that took the lead, incarcerating people to the tune of 8,000 or more. And so when we challenged them, August the 12th, we went to court with them. On August the 20th, we challenged them. And then on July the 29th, the chairman got indicted, which was, we were in meetings discussing the fact that we were challenging the state of Louisiana. On August the 12th, we went to court with them. On September the 8th, Dr. Zena was found dead in her home. So I'm here to say to you people, I tell you what, I'm gonna stop right there. You know, put your money where your mouth is. We need resources. We need people to understand that we have to do this now, okay? We have to do this now because we know for a fact the colonizers' greatest fear is Black people uniting and coming together. And that's where we at. That's why we're winning, and that's why they're attacking. So we're gonna fight back. Thank you.
Uhuru, uhuru, uhuru. And thank you so very, very much. And yes, Dr. Zena Trinchar Logo was a very powerful, beautiful sister. And I did have the opportunity to listen to what our brother Sayero was referring to. And I was able to listen to that because he contacted me and said, make sure you get on and listen to it, not knowing it would be the last time I'd hear her on this side of existence, because I think 2 days later, they had taken her out. But anyway, they can take out your spirit. We love you. We do this in honor of you. You are in us and we are in you. Uhuru. Our next presenter is Brother Dawood Khalik. He is the chairperson of the Reparations Working Group. And actually, he's from Jersey. That's where he's initially from, although he repatriated to California, but he's still a Jersey, and we ain't gonna let him go like that. But anyway, he was born and raised in Jersey City, New Jersey, and he graduated from Henry Snyder High School, sole class of 1969, and attended New Jersey City University, where he worked as a Black Student Union with the Black Student Union organization, the Black Freedom Society. He worked as a guest teacher with the Jersey City Board of Education and held that position until May of 1983 when he moved to California. And soon after moving to California, he became involved with Unity in Action, SWAPO Support Committee, and the Malcolm X Grassroots Movement. And in the year 2000, he became a charter member of the Reparations Platform Coalition, which is when I think I met him around that time. He became a member of the Reparations Platform Coalition, now called the Reparations United Front. And to this day, he remains a member in good standing, where from time to time, he will work, as the organization's memory keeper, AKA recording secretary. And he is now a member of the Black is Back Coalition. We are so excited that he is a part of his brother, Dawood Khalik. Uhuru. Dear brother. Oh, your microphone? You're muted?
Yes, Uhuru, and welcome to all those who are present. I just want to talk for a few minutes about reparations, and timekeeper, would you let me know when I'm down to a minute? I like to share the book list at the end of the presentation. I have a lot, to pack in, 10 minutes, so try to follow, all right? Reparations is now a prominent issue in the news. May have come to the idea that they know a lot about reparations, but they know absolutely nothing about it. For instance, some know, and this is all they know, reparations is all about Afro-descendants getting money. Some believe their money, and this they are totally against. One thing we as reparation advocates have tried to make clear is we are not coming after the average Caucasian person's income or savings, etc. However, if your ancestral family owned labor we'd like to have a brief chat. Coming to tobacco, cotton, sugar, and railroad industries, etc. These are the organizations that need to be addressed as far as those who participated in enslaved labor. Since our kidnapping and transport and arrival on these shores from that time until the present, we have been held and continue to be held in an ongoing position of social, economic, legal, political, and educational disadvantage. And believe it or not, our plight was set up then and remains that way to this day. This can be proven by 3 historical documents. They are the Doctrine of Discovery, or the Doctrines of Discovery because there's more than one, the 10 Precepts of American Slavery Jurisprudence, and the Dred Scott decision. And I'll talk a little bit about each one. The Dred Scott decision, the Doctrines of Discovery was authored by Pope Nicholas V in 1455. It was a Vatican papal bull that gave European explorers the right to go and seize and appropriate land from non-Christians and to subjugate and exploit non-Christians. Still in effect to this day. And if you want to see more information about that particular, those instances, you can look up on the website, upstandardproject.com. That's upstandardproject.com. The second is the 10 Precepts of American Slavery Jurisprudence, which was written by Judge Leon Higginbottom on the Dred Scott case, talk about the Dred Scott case. And he talks about 10 areas of human interest as well, like, we are always held back, suppressed, and never given, any kind of human rights or civil rights due to, our skin color and our racial origin and all of that. And those who put those laws and legislations in effect and whatnot to do just that. And you can find information on that particular document at www.racism.com. That's www.racism.com/slavery. And the third document is the Dred Scott decision. The decision in the years-long Dred Scott case was pronounced in 1857 by Supreme Court Justice Roger B. Taney, writing for the majority, declared all Black slaves or freemen were not, and could not become citizens of the United States. Also, the Missouri Compromise of 1820 was unconstitutional, thus permanently permitting slavery in all the countries and territories. Continuing that since Scott was Black and not a citizen, he had no rights to sue. And the framers of the Constitution believed that Blacks had no rights which white people were bound to respect, that the Negro might justly or lawfully be reduced to slavery for their benefit. He was bought and sold and treated as an ordinary article of merchandise and trafficked wherever profit could be made by it. From the 14th to the 19th century and well in the 21st century, the views of treatment of us hasn't changed for the better, despite what have been proven to the contrary. Let's see. So we talk about like voting rights, for instance, and it says, why does Mitch McConnell see a difference in the American and so-called African Americans when it comes to voting rights? After organizing the filibuster that prevented the John Lewis Voting Rights Act from a vote, McConnell was asked a question at a follow-up press conference. The reporter asked McConnell, what is your message to voters of color who are concerned that without the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, their vote will not be able to cast in the midterms? McConnell replied their concern is misplaced because you look at the statistics, African-American voters are voting in just as high a percentage as Americans. This statement is in line with modern Republican thinking, which drew out outrage from many quarters. This statement was meant to nullify Black citizens by not using the color for white Americans. Further, Black Americans are somehow different and not as good as distinct from real Americans. American social experiment is a colossal failure. The Constitution was never written with us in mind. In every field of human interest, there's never been an even playing field. Afro-descendants are still 3/5 of a human being, and the 13th Amendment to this Constitution is still in effect. How much more time do I have?
You have 2 more minutes.
Okay. Let's see. Just to bring you like update on what's going on in California. California Reparations Commission has extended their work period and scope and will deliver their final reparations in July of this year. Let's see. There is one thing I like to say in that as time goes on, more of us are going to have to realize and act on the fact that we need to unify. And I unite 100% with Sister Belinda Parker Brown's statement on unity, because without it, we're not going to get anything done and we're not going to go anywhere. As far as the movement is concerned, unity is a must. And somehow, some way, we have to come together and build and decide on how that's going to look, on locally and nationally. It's got to be done because, without unity, nothing can be accomplished. Now, I've been on this these broadcasts a couple times before, but if this is the first time, I'd like to share a couple of books with the group attending and let you know, through these books, you can find a little bit more information on what reparations is all about. First, I'd like to talk to you or present to you this book called The Debt by Randall Robinson. And this is a book that, talks about the historical, the history of the Afro-descendants in America and how and why we came to the reparations movement. Okay.
Time.
Okay, just a couple minutes, a minute or so. This is called The Betrayal of the Negro by Rayford Logan, Dr. Rayford Logan. And this is a book about where you can read the history of us in the 1800s and 1900s and the things that we were going through. And it's based on a number of news reports in the press that, documented different events and things like that going on with us as a people. This book right here is required reading by all people of color and Black people in particular. This is called 100 Years of Lynchings by Ralph Ginsburg, and it documents in newspaper accounts and whatnot all the lynchings that happened during the 18 and 1900s, I should say from the early 1800s to the 1900s, all right, early 1900s, 100 years. And the last one, or last two, I should say, would be for you to get a copy and read Black Labor, White Will by Claude Anderson, Dr. Claude Anderson, A Search for Power and Economic Justice. And this one by Monica Moorhead. It says Marxism, Reparations, and the Black Freedom Struggle. And this talks about reparations from a Marxist point of view, and gives information about reparations in general, but how we can get reparations and strategies for that. All I have to say and whatnot is that I've been working with this group for a little bit, and have yet to organize a working group that is actually working. So I'm asking, a couple weeks from now, maybe a month or so, I want to publish a document about reparations and whatnot on the Black is Back website, and advocating for reparations, like everybody to take notice of it and think about joining and working with the reparations working group. We need to get this issue, out there more so than it already is. And one of the things I like to accomplish with this group is to unify all reparations group nationally, if not worldwide. But we start off nationally, locally, and nationally first. But that's the only way that we are going to make the reparations movement happen. And become more powerful and better organized, and just add more power to the group so that we can get reparations. Because the more people who are committed and want to see reparations happen, then the better. All right. So thank you for inviting me to be a part of this presentation, and uhuru to all. Peace and blessings.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. I am. Okay. All right. Uhuru. So thank you, Brother Dawood, for that presentation, the report from the Reparations Working Group. Pulling up the bio for the next speaker, who has also been our moderator and our MC for the duration of this webinar. This is Sister Lisa Davis, who is the vice chair of the coalition. Lisa Davis is a longtime strong community activist in New Jersey who has been passionately committed to the Black liberation struggle for over 30 years. She started at the age of 19 in 1979, being the youngest person ever elected to serve on the Democratic County Committee in her hometown, but soon found a stronger and truer voice in the grassroots movement of the people's struggles, and has made an effort to stand with the choice to stand with the people ever since. She is the vice chair of the Black is Back Coalition and chair of the Healthcare Working Group, which is tasked with the mission of establishing an advocacy network of revolutionary people who are involved in healthcare, be it naturopathic or allopathic, and who are committed to challenging the paradigm of this current racist for-profit medical system. So Uhuru, Vice Chair Lisa Davis.
Uhuru, and thank you so very much. I only have 10 minutes, which can be so hard to try to condense some of the things I want to say. So I'm just going to talk about certain key points. It might sound stream of consciousness, but there's a reason for it. I want to first of all begin with this one truth a universal truth that I don't think anybody disputes. Somehow this earth appeared, and somehow life appeared on this earth, and that humans or animals were not the first life forms. And I don't think there's any dispute that the first life forms, that plant life forms appeared, plant life appeared before animal life. And that when humans did appear, that the first humans were not doctors, and certainly the pharmaceutical industry did not appear on Earth until about 150 years ago. But yet somehow this Earth sustained life. Somehow that happened. We know that there is a world operating in the sea, beneath the sea. And as far as I know, there's no pharmaceutical industry down there, and somehow the Earth sustains life. Also, I began, what propelled me to become involved in healthcare the way that I am had nothing really to do with what I thought was really health. It had to do with my face was breaking out so badly. I wasn't making the connection into it was what I was eating. This was over 20 years ago, and I was desperate. I was destitute to not have a breakout again because it looked like somebody put 2 magic markers down my face and I couldn't get it off. No amount of makeup would cover it. So I went into this health food store, and this person suggested that I read this book. And I picked up the book and immediately started looking at it. It was called The Yeast Syndrome. But because the recommendation had nothing to do with medication, I was like, I can try this. I'll do this, because there was no harm in it if I tried it. It had to do with food, and I made decisions about what I eat every day. We all do. We buy things, we don't even know what these ingredients are, and we eat them. And so because it said to do that as opposed to taking medications, I said, well, I don't need the doctor to tell me this, I'm gonna do it. And I approached it, and it was a very restrictive diet, but I eliminated everything at once for about 3 days, and I never felt better in my life. And since that time, that was over 20 years ago, I haven't had to buy any sinus medication or anything. I used to be buying it once a week, that kind of stuff. And then I remember at some point, again, this was in the late 90s, I worked in the most corporate areas around. I worked on Wall Street. You could not get more corporate than that. And I worked for one of the #1 countries in the world, and I worked among these top executives. I was an administrative assistant. And then you had the Wall Street Journal before Rupert Murdoch took it over, and the Wall Street Journal was one of the best newspapers out there in terms of mainstream media. And the Wall Street Journal would often report on things that would never make it into the New York Times or the Daily News or any of these other papers. And one day, I'll never forget, on the front cover of the Wall Street Journal, they were talking about how some representative from a pharmaceutical industry, a major pharmaceutical industry, was visiting a country in Africa. I don't remember the name of the country. And he was talking to some medicine man. And he was there because this medicine man was claiming that he had a cure for AIDS, and that the villagers were mad with the medicine man for talking to this person from the pharmaceutical industry. 2 things struck me about that. First of all, that the pharmaceutical industry was in Africa talking to a medicine man, people who they had called witch doctors, about stuff that they always want us to believe it doesn't work. And that secondly, it made the front cover of the Wall Street Journal. And I'm like, that was just a connection that really stayed in my head. I want to say that this pandemic, we know it's created so much hardship and everything and all this stuff for us. I won't even get into all of that, but what it did provide for me to do was have the chance to study more thoroughly in ways that, and I began to learn things and see patterns in ways I could not have envisioned doing so. And I just want to say that we know we heard that the continent of Africa has some of the best stats in the world. And I believe that, and I believe that based on the research that I have been doing. And I know that there has since been information coming out saying that, oh, well, they didn't count, or they might not have the infrastructure for certain kind of things. And once we've been doing some autopsies or whatever, people in other countries, but they've been doing autopsies, and it shows that more people were infected than before and all of that. And there might be some truth to that. I'm not saying there isn't, but it's interesting that when it comes to like AIDS and all that kind of stuff. They don't question the count then, you know, with African people. But there are people who have said there on the ground that they don't trust some of the studies and things that are since being said, because they said they don't see it measuring in other ways. Like, people know when people are dying. People know if a lot of bodies are going to the morgue. They know if people are sick. They know, they can hear it. I know for myself, I didn't need any doctors or stats to tell me that there was something really different and serious about what was going on, because I could see it around me. You know, in Newark, we were one of the epicenters when it first hit in Newark and New York. And I know what I was seeing and what I was reading on my timeline. But even more importantly, when I look at some of and I'm just going to show you a few things, I'm going to share my screen. When I look at some of because I was doing research about, well, what are they saying that they use on the continent of Africa? And then when I would look at the herbs that they said they were using, and then I would go into the scientific journals that this mainstream Western society has. This is journals operated by the National Institute of Health. And I would see things showing how the efficacy of these medications. And I also just want to say real quickly that in terms of the healthcare working group, we've put together literature and a document that contains a lot of resources in terms of what people can do naturally. I'm just going to share this briefly. I want to share this, like I said, very quickly. I want to go to a couple of pages here to just show you, my methodology of some of this and why I state what I do state. Let me go to page 12 real quickly. We have this information available on the website. This just contains a lot of information and research. We like to back everything up with research. I want to just point you to this. First of all, real quickly, my brother was killed when they forced the ventilator down his throat. This was last year. I was there. It was horrible for me. But anyway, I learned about non-invasive alternatives to ventilators that, of course, they don't push that over here. But we at least need to have this information. The more information we have when we are confronted with these doctors, the better it will help us. So I just want to show people that. That's on page 12 of this document. Page 17, right here. This is Nigeria. Nigeria talked about how they had this IHP, I think that's how it's pronounced, detox tea. You know, and they said that this is excellent with COVID. And of course, they come after them. There's no proof and all of this kind of stuff. But when I look at the research that shows for the various components of this tea, which is Andrographis, Paniculata, Garcinia cola, and Cedium gorgiava, I go into their resources, and it shows right here, study finds traditional African drug inhibits growth of SARS-CoV infection. In vitro study of the efficacy, well, it says that about that. Let me just go to this document right here a moment. Yeah, this is the document that gets into and talks about the efficacy of these components of this tea. And it says the results demonstrate that A. paniculata extract and andrographis have a potent anti-SARS-CoV activity. That's one resource. Another source says Garcinia cola and garcinic acid suppress the SARS-CoV-2 spike virus. Then the potential of Ben-815 as an anti-inflammatory, antiviral, and antioxidant agent for the treatment of COVID-19. 3 different sources in these Western journals about the efficacy of these plants formulas right here. Here's another one that I just came across, and they're talking about Bila. This Bila is, again, another plant formula based on traditional African medicines, but it's not just Africa. In India, they have these kind of formulas as well. China use this a lot. China use their traditional Chinese medicine. The United States, we know, doesn't even do anything like that. But it says this study finds traditional African drug inhibits the growth of SARS-CoV-2. And this is a formula called Bila. They said the Bila inhibited the entry of SARS-CoV-2 into the human ACE expressing 239 T cells. These this writing is very technical, so usually I just go to the summary and to the conclusions. But again, we see right here, in vitro study on the efficacy of FILA, an African traditional drug against SARS-CoV-2. I also want to say, I didn't just see this research when it came to SARS-CoV. I'm going to try to see if I can pull up. I just lost something. I'm going to do a new share. I wanted to show you something right here, which this was research that I happened to be doing because while I was doing this other research about these plant formulas, I was hearing things about how they had chemotherapeutic properties. And I just want to show you again, this writing is extremely technical. So I just tried to highlight certain things and I just look for the things I can understand. I usually go for the abstract, the beginning of the articles and the conclusion. Did somebody say something about time or?
Yes, time.
Okay. Let me just finish with this real quickly. So this just says the traditional medicinal uses and cytotoxic activities of 61 Egyptian plants, discovery of an active cardiac, whatever that means. But they talk about the ethnopharmacological relevance of medicinal plants. Let me just go down to the bottom. I highlighted some of this in yellow. It says the results demonstrate the values of plants used in traditional medicines as medicinally interesting cytotoxic compounds that can work with things such as cancer, etc. So I'm just going to end it here. Again, I just want to get people used to hearing this information, because if we don't hear it, we will never know about it. And like Sister Betty said, she talked about metaphysical imperialism, that they try to control the knowledge system. They try to control the episteme, which if you have somebody controlling the knowledge and saying, no, this is what's true and that's not true, or then they'll put up their methods for how something can be true. They'll say, oh, well, you didn't do enough studies, or you didn't do, not that they didn't do enough studies, but they'll say you didn't do the in vitro studies, and then you didn't do the this and the that, and they'll talk about that they didn't do the studies in a certain way. We, as African people, need complete freedom from this system, and we have to regain and recapture our thoughts and our thought processes. And I will say right now, the FDA and the CDC ain't got no business governing and defining what our medicines will be and our science will be. So I just like to let people know about this kind of information. And thank you so much. Oh, no, I forget. I'm supposed to be the one, I'm still the moderator. I forgot. So let me just see what's next on the program. And please join the healthcare working group. Anybody can join the healthcare working group. You just have to care. You don't necessarily have to have a degree. And even if you work with allopathic medicine, you just have to care. That's all. And you have to want to get rid of colonialism. Next on the agenda, again, we're doing a check-in for that membership. I know those numbers are climbing.
No, Dr. Akile is next.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You see, I'm wearing these glasses. I can't see. Thank you for that correction. Our very powerful, our next presenter, she's one of the unindicted co-conspirators, quote unquote. She is a brilliant, revolutionary, freedom-fighting sister who, man, oh man, when she speaks, when she makes her presence known, social media lights up. You may have heard several years back when some person made this ignorant, stupid comment. It was almost a gift though, but when he said, you already got your reparations, you got Barack Obama, now go on the next flight back to Africa. Sister Akili Anai was one of the people that was responsible with him saying that comment, because she and Jesse Neville and other of our comrades in St. Petersburg put the issue of reparations front and center on the campaign. This was the year that we had the first, I think, Black is Back electoral school, and we said that's how you do it. And so the next thing they know, the African People's Socialist Party was out here doing it, and I was like, oh, that's so nice. They started this campaign, this little campaign, and it made international news, and they put it front and center out there. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit more about our powerful sister. It says Sister Achille Nai was just 20 years old when she ran for city council in 2017 alongside a running mate, Jesse Neville, for mayor, making them the first candidates in the world to run on a platform of reparations to the Black community. This campaign made national news, getting featured in Ebony Magazine, The Washington Post, and the popular radio show, The Breakfast Club. At the height of the campaign season, Achille led a march of over 200 people through the streets of downtown St. Petersburg, demanding a city united through reparations. By the way, they were mainly white people from what I saw. Loads of them were part of that, young white kids. And since her run, she was appointed as the Director of Agitation and Propaganda of the African People's Socialist Party, making her the youngest member to sit on the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. She is currently the editor-in-chief of the Burning Spear newspaper and heads many of the media institutions under this department. Sister Achille Nai, we got the back. We ain't afraid of this FBI. We ain't backing down. That's what I have to always emphasize. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Comrade Lisa Davis, and absolutely, we're not backing down. We will not retreat. And, you know, just to say that they opened up a huge can of worms with this, and, you know, we're going to, you know, make it so that the African Revolution, the African Liberation Movement advances as a consequence of this. And also want to say that in that introduction, we talk about those elections, and those elections are part of the quote unquote evidence within the, you know, FBI's indictment, you know, or, you know, pending indictment of the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru movement, is our involvement in the electoral process, and the fact that we brought these questions, reparations, you know, to this national and international stage where just a year after that election, we saw Democratic candidates who were running for president were debating this question around reparations. And this is something that could not have happened without this struggle being taken directly to the streets, directly to the African community as a demand that we would put forward through every arena. And no Russian needed to tell us this. This was the strategy of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the African People's Socialist Party. And so I just wanted to state that and just appreciate being a part of this conference. What an incredible day this has been. And I'm representing the African People's Socialist Party in talking about this year in review. And before I start, I have to acknowledge and salute my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the leader and founder of the African People's Socialist Party, somebody who has been involved in the struggle for 60 years. That's a majority of his life been spent in the Black liberation movement, forwarding the aims and aspirations of African people everywhere, relentlessly, unapologetically, you know, withstanding countless assassination and imprisonment attempts by the colonial state to crush this movement as they did in the 1960s. The chairman never surrendered. He never surrendered the fate of African people to the colonizers, to this social system, not 1 second. And so I just want to salute that profound leadership, because, you know, this is who is, you know, just even responsible for my own development in this organization, and you know, again, the just incredible, profound leader. And the African People's Socialist Party being coming under attack by the U.S. government is just a recognition of that, of the work and the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and the threat that presents for this whole social system, which rests on a colonial mode of production, on the oppression and enslavement of African people. So with that being said, I want to talk about the African People's Socialist Party. And this is just a snapshot of the work that was done in 2022. And have to start off by saying that 2022 was the year of the party's 50th anniversary since its founding. And so that's how we opened up the year. It was, you know, pretty big deal, the party's 50 years, because despite the fact that the fate of what was supposed to be the fate of the African Revolution being crushed in the 1960s by the U.S. government, despite that, Chairman Omali Yeshitela founded the African People's Socialist Party, forwarded this work, and founded with two other organizations, the Black Rights Fighters in Fort Myers, Florida, and the Gainesville Black Study Group, came together and formed the African People's Socialist Party in 1972. So we celebrated 50 years since that founding, and we opened the year with our third 7th Congress plenary in February, where we also released a 50-minute documentary that's available up on our Burning Spear TV YouTube channel that documents this incredible 50-year history. February was also the month where world colonial powers declared war on Russia through Ukraine, which was an analysis we were able to get from Chairman Amalia Shatella. And these are just webinars, some of the webinars' initial statements. I mean, the chairman was coming right out of the gate to sum up this war for what it was. And, you know, a battle of different worlds trying to emerge, contending with the world that has been imposed on the rest of us through coming into existence through colonialism, through the slavery, again, and oppression of African people, birthing this current world. So the whole world and masses of people are in struggle, trying to create something different, something new, to try to overturn this whole system that we're confronted with. And the chairman is able to sum all this up, why this war on Russia is happening, and to be able to define it not as a war between Russia and Ukraine, but a war of world colonial powers, of Russia's defensive war against world colonial powers as being waged through the face of Ukraine. So the chairman came out immediately with statements calling for, just us to be able to understand this question around what it is that what we see happening, and how the world colonial powers are in struggle with Russia, as they have been historically. So the party is engaged all the time in organizing and waging the war of ideas. On top of our selling of the Burning Spear newspaper, our community rallies, demonstrations, and events, we host webinars on pressing issues, which included a discussion in April on the assassination of Martin Luther King, as well as the question of abortion, which was conducted during the Roe v. Wade issue, where the oppression of African women, was used to make white women's case for why they should be able to have abortions. And our party reasserted that colonialism is the primary contradiction, that African women and babies are being killed, sterilized, and separated through state-sanctioned kidnapping. And this is what we have to overturn. And so, again, this was part of waging the war of ideas. And this is something that has consistently happened throughout, this year. And and with some of those webinars being an example. So not on those slides, but also important to mention in May, that a tremendous feat of our organization was conducting 8 African Liberation Day celebrations throughout the world. On the continent of Africa, in Europe, and every region throughout the US, we hosted African Liberation Day, and the party was founded on African Liberation Day in 1972. So that was also incredible this year. So all of what I've just mentioned set the stage for July, what would happen in the summer. And on July 2nd, a man took a military flamethrower from his car and proceeded to torch our 25-foot red, black, and green flag that waves outside our St. Petersburg Uhuru House. This was a dry run for the 2-city pre-dawn raids facilitated by the FBI that would take place 27 days later. And we've discussed these raids at length, but it's important to emphasize that these violent raids, employing flashbang grenades, assault rifles, armored vehicles, dozens of FBI agents at each location in the impoverished north side of St. Louis and south side St. Pete, and even in the white community at our party Solidarity Center. This was an act of war, a declaration by the US government that African people do not have the right to fight for our freedom. And we have just a 1-minute clip here to show.
Were camouflage clad troopers, FBI agents, and I don't know who else, with flak jackets and automatic weapons. My wife followed me down, and on her way down, a drone went past her head going up the stairwell into the house. So I went outside and was zip tied at the sides of the house. There were
Uhuru, I'm not sure why the audio of the next slide is what's being played.
Okay.
There were, I don't know how many FBI agents there were, but there were a lot of them and a lot of different vehicles. And my wife came downstairs. She was handcuffed behind her back and I'm asking them why, what's going on. They said that they had a search warrant for my house, and I asked them to see the search warrant. And they conveniently didn't have it on them, but it was somewhere in the vicinity and they'd get it.
Okay. So, I mean, that was just the audio from that was from the interview that Chairman Omali Yeshitela did with Democracy Now! But you did see, you know, some of the images from the raid, so you get a sense of just the extent, the violence, and all of the, you know, the weapons that they use to descend on our organization, on Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the leaders of our movement. And immediately following these raids, community members, leaders, organizations, and supportive media outlets came out in droves to defend the Uhuru movement. And as mentioned, Democracy Now! Conducted an interview with the chairman shortly after. And we wasted no time in launching the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa. Oh, we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so we wasted no time in launching the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa defense campaign, pulling together the massive, broad support to stop the FBI attacks against Chairman Omali. Also, one of the party's organizations, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, held its annual Days of Reparations to African People tour and March for Reparations, which was, you know, converted to a Hands Off Uhuru tour of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And the African People's Socialist Party, I'm sorry, yeah, that was another point. But anyway, just wanted to just say that this campaign just kicked off, and we had the chairman going, you know, to multiple cities throughout the U.S., you know, talking about this raid. And then again, all of these supporters, these organizations came out with solidarity statements, donations, things flooding in, just incredible amount of support after following these raids, just to show, you know, that the FBI can't do what it intended to do, which is isolate our movement from the people. And in the face of imminent indictments against Chairman Omali Yeshitela and leaders of our movement, we call on you to join this campaign and declare Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa, stop the legal lynching of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, or the sky is the limit. And so we are being punished because for 50 years we have fought for Black freedom and self-determination. This aspect of our struggle is most visible in our economic work under the leadership of Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Yeshitela, who was also attacked and is at threat of indictment. Despite these attacks under the relentless leadership of Deputy Chair Ona, we completed our Black Power Blueprints, Black Power Vanguards basketball court in Northside St. Louis. And we also completed our doula training program, which is part of an initiative to build an Uhuru Wakalea African Women's Health Center right in the Northside African community of St. Louis. And this doula training program was actually kicked off on July 29th, the day of the raids. And the US government, this is the type of work that the US government wants to stop, but we will not let them. And we pushed forward with our doula training program. We wrapped it up by September around the same time the Black Power Blueprints, Black Power Vanguards basketball court was being completed. And towards the end of the year, we were all out for the Black is Back Coalition's annual march on the White House. And we also started holding regularly themed mass meetings for the Hands Off Uhuru campaign, including the You Can't Kill the Revolution discussion the day before the anniversary of the assassination of Fred Hampton. So this was just a snapshot, as I mentioned, of an incredible 2022. What was most clear is that the US government recognized that the party is a serious threat to their desperate struggle to continue imposing this world on the rest of us. The masses of people throughout the world are fighting to destroy this old world, and the party is paving the way for the new. So Uhuru, Black is back, and here forever. Hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so very much, dear Sister Akilah, for your presentation. And we are going to be having announcements and saying more about the Hands Off the Uhuru campaign, how people can get involved with that, and when the next meeting is going to be. That is so important. And I just wanted to, we're going to now have an update on the call for membership, that I just wanted to say that the basketball court is really important. So please pay attention to that. because point number 5 of the FBI's goals for COINTELPRO, their mission is that they said their final goal should be to prevent the long-range growth of militant Black organizations, especially among youth. Specific tactics to prevent these groups from converting young people must be developed. And it wasn't just a basketball court that they had built. You know, if they were trying to produce other Michael Jordans, that probably would not have been a problem. But it's what they call the Black basketball court. It's what they named the teams. And I believe they were also talking about trying to get leagues built up. They were calling like the Black Vanguard or something like that. So that's, I think, is really key. Okay, now do we have an update on the thunder? We don't want to just make it rain. We want to make it thunder. Do we have an update on resources?
Right, that's right, Lisa. Let's make it thunder. You know, and we want, I know that this was just a phenomenal way to end the program up. We're talking about, you know, from our sister Akile on the African Socialist Party work. I mean, you know, this is the best way for people to just go deep, deep, deep and give when you hear a presentation like what this sister just presented to us. We're doing great work, you know, and for her to be able to bring this to the Black is Back Coalition webinar on today and inform us about these great things that the African Socialist Party is doing in communities to help, especially the young youth, educating them and getting them engaged and involved. You know, I'm just thinking, Lisa, I want to give again. I want to put another $20 with my $60 would be a total of $80. So come on, people, let's give.
See, now I'm gonna tell you right now, Sister Belinda Park, you ain't gonna be up here by yourself doing all this and having me looking like I'm a little stingy here. You're not gonna do that to me. I'm a raise you. I'm gonna match you. An extra $40 onto mine, making it even 100.
All right, well, I'm gonna make it 100 too then. No, I'm not gonna let you beat me, okay?
I think she's trying to get me to go to 150. I didn't say that. I just said I think she's trying to get me to go.
No, if you can do 100, I can do 100. Two sisters, 100 each.
Right, I just said 150.
Lisa.
I always do this, and then I wake up the next day like, what? No, but I don't mind. In all honesty, I want my whole life, everything I do, to be toward building our people and toward the revolution. I'm sick of giving it to colonizers who don't do a damn thing for us. The best thing we can do is to get them off our backs, tell them we don't need a damn thing from them, because we don't. We really don't. You know what Africa will do without the colonizers? Thrive like they were doing before they ever showed up. That's how we will do.
Absolutely, Lisa, but we have to do it without hesitating and without procrastinating. We have to go deep. You know, I just was thinking about over this holiday season, you know, if I'm not buying Black, if I'm not shopping Black, I'm staying home. So people, listen to me. You know, this webinar, this presentation, all of this impactful information, especially on listen to what Sister Lisa shared with us on the health, the health care. I mean, that information is costless. I'm telling you, because, you know, only on the Black is Back Coalition that you can come and get that kind of information, and then you have access to someone like Sister Lisa. You can pick up the phone, you can call her. You know, she will, send you out, more, information on, on what you need to know to help your family, to help, whomever. So people, please, this is it. This is what we need to do right now, Lisa. This is what's most necessary. This is what's vitally important, to join up with a powerful coalition, the Black is Back Coalition. Unite with us and support, bring your organization in so you are not alone. You cannot be out here doing this work all by yourself. And that, that's what we're trying to bring you know, through this webinar is to tell you that the FBI have attacked because Black is back.
And also, let me just say this, and I appreciate your words, Sister Belinda, but the healthcare working group, we are a group of people. And so what I'm going to start doing, because people know my face, and I should have been doing this, so I apologize for not having been doing it, but I want other members of the healthcare working group to start making these presentations. It doesn't always have to be me, because we are a collective, and I want to recognize the work that other people on the healthcare working group put into this as well. And many times when we're doing these presentations, it's so fast, we don't have time to really get into as much detail as we would like, but I'm going to start having other members make these presentations from the healthcare working group.
That would be wonderful, because it's so much information, so much important information.
Yes, and again, this the document we have is free. You can download it from the website. I'll make sure people know that. And
we're coming to the end of our program, but we also want people to know that they can continue to give. They can, you know, purchase our posters, you know, the T-shirts, the masks. You know, you can pledge. You know, we set a goal for today, but there is no limit on the amount of money that we can raise to keep this great work, people. So be a part of something great. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, 2023, you know, commit yourself to something great. And the Black is Back Coalition is where you can start with us, you know, becoming a part. You can be an individual member. You know, your membership is only $25 a year. You know, your organizational membership is $200 a year. You can't beat that. A lot of these associations and stuff out here, you know, you paying thousands of dollars to be a part of something that's defunct, that's not really doing anything. So $200 a year for international, $150 for a national membership, you know, state and local. It's only $50 a year. You know, come on, you know, if you're a state and you're out there and you got an organization, a grassroots organization, and you want to be a part of something, you know, get your state involved. You know, we want to come to your state. You know, we want to see what you're doing to organize and mobilize and unite, you know, people in this grassroots effort.
Right, and also your time is important as well. Support the organizations. Again, somebody asked an excellent request. They want to know the names and I guess the contact information of the various organizations within the coalition, which I think is great. We will get that for them. Also, the working groups. You can join the working groups. We have the healthcare working group. We have the political prisoners working group, the reparations working group, the Black community control of police working group, the education working group. I think I said reparations working group. I hope I did. Yes, the outreach working group. Also, we need people who have.
Y'all, I didn't really want to stop you. Y'all doing such a great job, but we need $760 more. So while they're talking, and Sister Elikia, you should have in your emails photos in a shared drive, photos of the church burning. We want to show that as we are trying to conclude our program. Again, the chairman had mentioned earlier.
I can show that. I also want to
go ahead.
Some other names. Leah Fifield with $100 contribution. Carmen Kabula Mutumbo, who's been one of our engineers today, a $50 contribution. Comrade 4 Feet, a $50 contribution. Brother Melvin Mitchell purchased a Black is Back shirt with and stuff like that, total to $30. And we have an anonymous, someone who commented an anonymous donation of $21. I want to say to that person to go and make that payment right now, because since we don't have a name, it would be hard to get you afterwards. We can do it because we registered, but you know, to go to blackisbackcoalition.org and you know, make sure that payment happens during this webinar. Thank you. Oh, yes, I can share my screen now.
Right. And also, Sister Kenge reminded us of something very important because the chairman mentioned this right as we're having this meeting. A building they wanted to buy is burning, set on fire right now.
Right directly from his home. You know, Lisa, you know, can Kenya show those pictures now? Alicia, someone show the pictures.
That's Sister Alicia is gonna get them. So
yeah, so right while we were the church they invested in buying that building.
Now, you know that right there is not a coincidence. You know, people, please listen to what we're saying to you. You know, when there are opportunities out there for Black people to advance themselves in America, to do something to help their people, you know, there is a force, there is a governmental force that don't intend for us to do that. And look what they're doing to us.
Yep, that is their building. And when they raided their space, they took papers too. They took paperwork as well when they raided.
Go ahead, Lisa. And that's the same thing, you know, I'm thinking about, you know, all the intellectual property, you know, over $40,000 worth of damage and materials and, you know, information that they stole. They stole it because they don't want us to have access to the information that is impactful, that's educational, that can help our people advance in America. This is, look at that. Look at these pictures. Wow.
Now, I also just want to be clear because we're also very transparent. It is the African People's Socialist Party that is involved in the Black Power Blueprint. I mean, we're a coalition of organizations, and of course we support the African People's Socialist Party, but this is the work that they are doing. The work of the Black is Back Coalition, when we come together as a coalition of organizations, we hear these ideas. We want to make sure that we can build up our coalition as well to provide the kind of support that all of these coalitions will need. So I just want people to be clear that this is with I think the Black Power Blueprint of the African People's Socialist Party. And then you're going to hear us talking about the Hands Up People Huru movement as well, in which they're going to be needing funds and everything for the legal fees and all of that. So I just wanted to just make people very clear. So this is a property that the African People's Socialist Party had purchased or was about to purchase. I'm not exactly sure of all that, but the chairman said it was
a beautiful building, and for that building to be destroyed, you know, it's not a coincidence. You can't make this stuff up, people. You know, just think about the advancement of the community with the African Socialist parties having all type of community events, you know, a business center, a community center, you know, educational, you know, activities and stuff going in and out at that facility. And now they have burnt it up and look like it's in condemned condition just from the pictures that Alicia is showing right now.
Right.
Yeah, that's okay. You know, where are we, Sister Akinye? Can people continue to give throughout the end of our organization? You know, they can also do we have a phone number?
Keep giving. The number, you can call us at 786-505-9859. If you're having problems with the website, you can continue to go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate or /join. You can purchase a t-shirt. You can become a member. So do it today. We want, by the time I wake up tomorrow morning, I want to know that we have exceeded that $760. So I'm going to give you just a little bit of time, but I prefer you do it right now. If somebody's got $760, just go ahead and go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate.
And also, let me the chairman is about to be coming up, but I just want to conclude with saying also, it is about, I mean, we need people power as well. We need people joining. We need people, if you have social media skills and website skills, we need that as well. You know, we have working groups for that as well. We need people to join. So I'm going to say, how much time can you give toward the African Revolution? How much time, if you're not a member of any organization, how much time can you commit a month?
Right.
An hour or a week?
And we're not begging for money. We want to let you know, people, look at here. You know, it's time out for that. Start giving. Like Sister Lisa said, you know, start letting us know what your qualifications are that you can join up with some of our groups and help. That's what it's all about now. Thank you so much.
Voting in the Democratic Party ain't gonna get us nothing but our asses kicked as they have been doing. So, and everybody, thank you so much. Brother Chairman, do what it is that you do. Take us out, give us those words.
Uhuru, thank you. Thank you very much, Comrade Sister Vice Chairwoman. And I just want to really express my appreciation to you, Comrade Sister Belinda Parker Brown, our extraordinary secretary of the coalition, and everybody who's participated up to now. I'm really glad that the Sister Secretary was able to show some of the pictures and videos from the church burning. That's right across the street from my house. When those of you who saw me standing with Comrade Zaki Baroudi and Jesse Todd and a lot of other people on the 29th of July, on the morning of that attack, and we were denouncing it, I was looking directly across at that church. And we did not buy that church yet. We had been involved with our realtor. Our realtor was working. We were negotiating for that church, had been negotiating for that church. A price had been established for the church. We had done the banking information to show that we had the resources to get the church. So we had been involved in this process, but we had not acquired the church. And it was an extraordinary structure in terms of what we had the ability to do with that structure, you know, just in terms of that area, where assemblies could be held, there could be classes and schools and trainings and all this stuff happening at the same time. It's a massive structure. And even with the downturn in the economy, we said we're going to try to get this, and we had it. I mean, in terms of the banking, we had done, a banking statement had been approved. Like I said, we had the realtor and everything. So we had not purchased that church, but that was something that we had been working on. And I know that it had been previously owned, by the way, by an alderperson, a former alderperson in the city who had purchased that church and was running some programs out of the church. And when it went up for sale, it sat there for a long time, and we said we should try and get that church. And for a long time, it didn't seem to be on the market, but as soon as it appeared to hit the market, we moved to try to get it, and you've seen what the consequences of that. So we're calling on people. You should make contributions. Make contributions to this coalition. You should join this coalition. It's an extraordinary organization. I've never been to a meeting where I have been able to experience the kind of leadership and commitment and dedication as what I have seen in terms of the presentations at this webinar we've done today. It is an organization of organizations. It gives each of us, from wherever we're located, an extraordinary reach that we never would have had by ourselves. Comrade Daoud, for example, spoke earlier. He is head of the Reparations Working Group, and he's saying that we have to unite, and we have to get everybody to be united around reparations. But the moment you step into that position as a chair of the working group, and I know that it hasn't been doing what you wanted to do, Comrade Daoud, but there are 17 or 18 now different organizations who are not formally reparations organizations as such, but your participation, your presence contributes to the coalition itself being a reparations organization, every one of the organizations here being a part of that. I want to say that we have upcoming our 7th electoral campaign school. This will be the 7th year that our coalition has done schools to teach ordinary people how to participate in the whole electoral process. People talk about how Black people, you know, our ancestors died to vote, et cetera, and now you don't vote, and therefore you betrayed the ancestors, but that's not true. The fact of the matter is, I participated in that struggle for registering African people to vote in the electoral process. Voter registration, education programs, projects, I was there. And this is something that we fought for. But even as we were fighting for this, the United States government was assassinating leaders like Malcolm X in 1965. That's the same year the passage of the Voting Rights Act that gave all of us, in theory, the universal suffrage. So everybody should be able to vote. Malcolm X had an extraordinary program. He talked about Black nationalism. What Black nationalism means is this, that you control the economy in your community. You control the politics in your community, et cetera. So Malcolm was killed in 1965. Martin Luther King, who was raising up the question of Poor People's Campaign, that some people say contributed to his execution, but not just that. Martin Luther King also was somebody who came out against the Vietnam War. On the year to the date that he was executed, he spoke in New York and saying that that people have come to him and said, Dr. King, how can you talk to us about nonviolent violence as violent as America is in Vietnam? And then he said that he couldn't continue to hold on to this stance easily around nonviolence. And they had indicated in their document about destruction of the African liberation movement, the so-called COINTELPRO document, that if King should ever abandon his allegiance to the nonviolence, et cetera, that he would be a person that would be a problem that they would have to deal with. So this whole issue of elections by King is there. So that Poor People's Campaign is not there. The Black Panther Party, Fred Hampton was killed on December 29th, on December 4th in 1969. So the voting rights, Malcolm killed 1965, Voting Rights Act passed in 1965, King killed in 1968, the massive attack on the Black Panther Party throughout the 60s and 68, and then Malcolm X, then Fred Hampton was killed on December 4th, 1969. So by the time now that you're able to exercise the right to vote, then your program has already been destroyed because they killed the people who you would be voting for. And then they kill a program that you would be voting for. So they give you the right to vote, but you ain't got nothing to vote for, nobody to vote for, except the Democratic Party. And this is the Democratic Party of George Wallace. This is the Democratic Party of Joe Biden, who came out against what you said you wanted in terms of desegregation buses and integration, except Biden was opposed to that. And so so now you can vote and you ain't got nothing to vote for. And so except the Democratic Party program that doesn't speak to our own interests. So now you're wondering why Black people don't vote. Because you don't have the 10-point program in the Black Panther Party up there. Because you don't have a program before the people that says that we should control the economy of our own community. We should control the politics in our own community. In other words, you don't have a national Black political agenda. That's just what we have created to vote for. So there's nothing for people to vote for. They get double-crossed every instance because the people are not loyal to Black people. They're loyal to an institution of the colonial state, which is the Democratic Party. So that's what we had to contend with. So we started this program. And when I say loyal to this institution, I'm talking about they don't come in their own face all the time. Sometimes they come looking just like you. They know the dances you do. They hang out the clubs you do. They eat the same food that you do. Etc. And they know all them funny handshakes you do. They come in that guise now. That's called neo-colonialism. That's white power and blackface. And so we started this process in the coalition of training people to be able to participate in the electoral process, but we get and then grab the programs. We grab the issues that the Black Power movement that Malcolm was about, that the Panthers were about. that all these people who they assassinated in jail, this is what they were about, that Fred Hampton was about. And so I just want to say this to you briefly. So this electoral campaign school is for April 8th and 9th of 2023. Right now scheduled for St. Petersburg, Florida. And we want to go to St. Petersburg, Florida, because that's the house that Black built, and the Uhuru House there. But in addition to that, that was the target in St. Petersburg, Florida, of the assault on us. That was the Uhuru House there that they attacked. And so registration for that will open on January 2023. And you can follow us on our website for information regarding housing program. And I say our work website, you can go to apsbuhuru.org. But I want to just talk to you now about the Black is Back. I'm sorry, go to blackisbackcoalition.org for information on that. And you should come out because it's really important, because that's why we're under attack. Here's why we're under attack. I'm going to tell you this. This was for April 9th and 10th of 2022. This was the call for the school. April 9th and 10th. This is just a little more than 2 months before the attack that they made on the Uhuru movement in our party. And the school, the title of the school was The Ballot and the Bullet. Beyond the colonizers' coup to African self-determination. The coup that we are talking about was the one that white people were doing on January 6th. So beyond their coup to African self-determination. And we said that this is a call to join the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations in our 6th annual electoral campaign school scheduled for April 9th and 10th at that time. Never in the 5 years we have conducted this school has the theme been more fitting than now. The US and all the colonial powers in the world, the US and all the colonial powers in the world are arrayed against Russia in an attempt to finalize their efforts to destroy Russia as a self-determining contending power in Europe and the world. Using the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, created in 1949 to contain and destroy what was then characterized as Soviet Russia, the US-led colonial powers have positioned Ukraine as a dagger in the heart of Russia, especially over the last 8 years, after having put a puppet regime in place for that purpose. Our school is occurring in the wake of the defensive war being waged by Russia and Ukraine and the global colonial anti-Russian propaganda assault manufacturing a colonial interpretation of reality. As the chief hegemon of a faltering world system of oppression that was founded on and is sustained by African oppression, the US is attempting to use this Ukrainian war against Russia as a means of uniting the politically fractured colonial population of the United States in support of a broken US presidency. A broken US presidency. There was a situation, you know, at the time where the presidency itself, the Biden poll was in the basement. No support at all among the people. You have all these white people who are fighting, trying to overthrow the Congress and what have you. It was a fractured country. And so this is one of the means by which they would unite the country, because the country comes together in the face of war, et cetera, even though they're not going to fight this war directly. Because to fight Russia is more than coming to Red Bull in North Oakland with flashbang grenades. You got to be more than flashing and banging. Okay, so within the US, the war is also an attempt to confer legitimacy upon a system that has experienced a near coup on January 6, 2021. Indeed, a majority of the white, that is to say, colonial population, actually believe the current US head of state is illegitimate. Rumors of a likely coup within the US, depending on the outcome of 2024 presidential election, are being floated by retired generals, and unidentified source within the U.S. security apparatus. Our national Black political agenda for self-determination provides us with a program that is both historical and timely. The call for reparations, Black community control of police, and education represent part of a historical continuum bringing key demands from the revolutionary period of the 1960s into today's crisis-ridden electoral arena. Our platform also addresses the issue of African women and the Black family, as well as the vicious population displacement known as gentrification. Activists who attend the coalition's electoral campaign school will be expected to address these issues and others like the genocidal incarceration of our people, political prisoners, joblessness, healthcare, and the host of other planks from our national Black political agenda for self-determination for use in their electoral campaigns. Our electoral campaign school will arm the school attendees with analyses and a real capacity to advance our liberation struggle through principled anti-colonial intervention in the electoral arena. The Black is Back Coalition Campaign School will also enable the people to challenge the insipid and duplicitous program of Biden and the Democratic Party. The people will be able to fight the whole family of canines, wolf and fox alike. Those who are interested in running for office or knowing how the electoral process works will be there. Anyone with an interest in extending the struggle for African liberation must attend this important school. The school will not only instruct attendees on how to run for office, but they will also learn how to get issues like reparations and community control of police and education on local ballots. There will also be instruction on how to initiate recalls to remove opponents of our freedom from office, Black, white, or otherwise. Join the scores of activists who will attend the school. Take this opportunity to extend the recognized parameters of our struggle to include all fronts. In the past, the method of struggle for liberation of our people have been posed as either the ballot or the bullet. This period demands we be able to redefine the struggle as using every method, the ballot and the bullet. The school will help to advance our struggle and to move beyond the presumption of the colonizers' coup to African self-determination. So that's what we call for in terms of the last political school that we did in April of last year. And this year, now we are building for the school. And again, the date for that school is the 8th and the 9th, 2023, St. Petersburg, Florida. Go to blackisbackcoalition.org to get more information about that. Also, I just want to express my most profound appreciation again to you comrades who have presided over this conference, you comrades, Sister Vice Chair Lisa, and to everyone else who has participated up to now. I hope that we have exhausted our capacity in terms of contributions to the coalition. I hope there is not anyone who represents an organization viewing this or participating who is not a member of the coalition, who has not joined the coalition if you are a member, were not a member. And I hope that there's not an individual there who has not decided to join as an individual part of this coalition. So I wanted to thank everybody for being here, Comrade Sister Lisa. And I want to go ahead and turn this back over to you. And I'm hoping that everybody will have seen that what we have talked about during this process, it represents everything the US government says that we are guilty of having done in the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. I mean, this school that we're doing to teach people how to participate in election, we've been doing this now for years. The fact is that African people, Black people, nobody in this country has paid the price to participate in an election that Black people have paid to participate in the elections. And this whole notion that the Russians hired us to do this is just absurd, and it's an insult to our people. And the fact is they know if they can get away with this against us, they can do this to anybody else. But increasingly, people are learning. White people are learning increasingly. The truth of the matter is that the struggle for freedom is concentrated in the struggle of Black people. our historical struggle for liberation, anybody who is actually interested in liberation, anybody who's facing an attack on their freedom today, white people, those people scaling the walls of the Congress, or those people who are dissatisfied with election outcomes, those people who are dissatisfied with FBI intervention in their lives, the fact of the matter is the struggle of freedom is concentrated in the struggle, the Black freedom. So if you're really interested in freedom, then you have to defend the right of the African people to be able to say and believe what we believe and to advocate what we believe. We haven't broken a damn law at all. And so you have to be able to stand with us or it's going to be more difficult. There's a man named Sundiata Acoli who was just recently released from prison. He is an extraordinary soldier. He was with Assata when they tried to murder her on the New Jersey Turnpike. And he fought the cops there, and the cop was killed, and that's why he went to prison. But one of his favorite sayings was, the more sweat in peace, the less blood in war. The more sweat in peace, the less blood shed in war. And so we have to sweat now. We have to sweat like waterfalls, you know, and this is what the coalition is calling for now. Make whatever contributions you can make to the coalition, join the coalition. That's advance the struggle of our people. That's recognize that there is a war that's being waged that has never ceased for 600 years against Africa and African people. That they have just actually put an African, a four-star general in the first time in the history of the Marine Corps. They made an African a four-star general for the purpose of putting him over AFRICOM, for the purpose of containing Africa and African resistance and fighting against China, Russia, anybody else that tries to intervene on what they consider their territory. That for the first time in history, an African has been made the head of the Department of Defense in this country. Lord Austin is his name, a retired Black general. And to have an African head of the Department of Defense, to have an African head of the AFRICOM is an indication of where they see the critical struggles that they are going to have to advance in order to keep the world oppressed. And that's one of the reasons they also had to attack the African People's Socialist Party and the African Socialist International. So thank you very much. And Sister Lisa, I'm turning it back over to you. Uhuru. Uhuru. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And we're going to begin to hear some announcements about very important events coming up. But let me also just say that courage is a muscle that has to be exercised. Courage, I mean, it just doesn't, you don't just wake up and, oh, you can do all these things. I can recall when I was younger, I didn't know nothing, not that I know so much now, but one of the things that I would do is I would just come and hear certain talks. I was just putting myself in the area. I didn't have anything that I thought that I could contribute. And I never, ever envisioned myself as being a courageous freedom fighter. My first memory of myself is an extremely, excruciatingly shy person. I always have been. But I would just put myself in the air. I would just show up sometimes and just not say anything, never realizing the importance of doing that. And then you find when you're around and you just put yourself in the environment, let yourself hear the words sometimes and how powerful those words can be. We got to change this. We got to change. And one of the other things with the school that we began doing is we said, we're going to endorse candidates, but you know what? You got to accept all of our 19-point platform if you want our endorsement. There is no compromise with that, none. And we have pulled our endorsement when it looks like a candidate wasn't going to be able to, was questioning whether they could do that. We're like, no, then this is not for you. We are serious. We must build a better, this is not it. Constant war, constant oppression, Black people continuing to get our brains blown out and then begging the colonizer, or Black people being browbeat into accepting a medical system that experimented, that has been as brutal as its police counterpart. And then we still hear that, oh yeah, it's still like that today, but okay, yeah, that's just a little far. No, it's not a far. We have a right. We have not just that we have a right, but we also have We come from a people rich in customs and rich in a way of living. That's just much better than this way. It just is. It just is. And I say that from my own personal experiences, never thinking that health is going to lead me to Black revolution. I didn't think that back then, but it's just a fact. But anyway, do we have announcements?
I just want to say, Sister Lisa, that you are a bona fide Black revolutionist, and it's meant to be. So let's go to our announcements. And I'm just so happy to be on a team with you, Sister Lisa. And I hope that the people that are out there listening will come on and join up and be a part of this great movement. This is a movement. This is the Black is Back Coalition. We're uniting the organizations. We're uniting the Black people to come together so that we can get what's rightfully ours. They're not going to give it to us. They're not. They never intended for us to have it in the first place. But this is the place that you need to be so that we can receive it.
And also notice you see Black men and Black women working together up in this space. That's what you see.
That's what you see. And it's powerful.
That's what you see. Yes, that's what you see. They wouldn't have it no other way. That's what you see.
Right. And we're not making this up. We know some stuff. Nah.
And we boost up. I got to just tell you, Sister Belinda, I've loved you even though I had not met you, but I know I've loved you my whole life. And this is how I feel about the people. Yeah, the people in this coalition. I might not have known you, but I feel that I've loved you my whole life. I really do.
Yes, yes. And I feel like, you know, it's a divine connection because it was a search, you know, throughout my life. I knew since I was 5 years old that something was seriously wrong with this country because, you know, and I was 6 when they assassinated Dr. Martin Luther King. So I was very much aware that something was seriously wrong and I was not going to stop until I got to the bottom of it. And now we're on that page, people. We're in the 21st century and we're saying that this stuff that they've been doing for decades, for over 100 years to us, it has to stop.
Yes. And again, become a member of organizations. And we have people with announcements. We have the announcements already, Sister Secretary. But I just recall with myself, when I first graduated college, and I considered myself down with the movement and everything like that. I always considered myself down with the cause, but I didn't know what it really meant. And when I graduated college, I'm like, I don't need to be involved in nothing. I did my part. I did my part. Now I'm going to go out there. I wanted to be an activist, and I'm going to go out there. I don't need to be connected to anything. Until, man, oh man, I encountered police brutality, although they did not physically beat me. But if you're looking at armed men who makes you feel like you would be hanging from a tree over $1.20, I didn't even on a freaking train. I know how it feels to be humiliated on public transportation, you know, that I didn't owe. And over that, and I was in this predominantly white neighborhood, and they're like, I don't ever want to catch you in around here again. And then I said, I got to look, I'm going to go to the NAACP, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, I'm just speaking truth. And I'm going to go to this organization, Al Sharpton, and I thought there was a movement, and I found that this was in the 90s, that there wasn't one. And my first reaction was to be like, to dog out the NAACP and the National Action Network based on when I just reached out to them and somebody's like, well, you know, we don't think we can help you, or they were floundering. But then I said, how can I say anything to them? And I wasn't doing anything to try to build them up until this happened. And I said for myself on that, I got the hell beat out of me by the courts. The courts were justifying the most abusive things. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna go to the court, you know, and I can prove this and everything. Oh, I got the court beat the hell out of me. They really did. I felt even more beat up. And then I just said, I can never be disconnected again. I don't, if ever I'm by myself, it's not going, I might be physically by myself, but I'm going to be connected. And then I said, I'm going to try to become the kind of activist I was looking for, but I said I have to start with myself and I will never be disconnected again. So I go anywhere. You best believe I got numbers on me. So that's how we have to be. We have to be connected, people. This is a society that is not for you. It just isn't. We have to be connected to one another, and this is one way to do it. So Make it thunder. Let's get more membership in here. And do we have announcements? I know that there's a meeting hands off the Uhuru movement meeting tomorrow. I mean, no, I'm sorry, not tomorrow, Monday.
Uhuru, yes, on tomorrow, if you can go to, I'm sorry, not on tomorrow, but on Monday. Oh, you got it? There it is. It's on the screen now. On Monday, January 9th, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Join our Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa mass meeting, where you will get updates on where we're at in this whole fight back. And of course, we need you to join the fight. Also, make sure that you continue to follow our website and our Facebook for our upcoming electoral campaign school, which will have all the registration information, etc. Anything else, Alikia?
Yes. Okay. On Sunday, tomorrow, at 3 o'clock, I think it's really important for everybody to know that NPDOM has a mass meeting where we're going to talk about the status of the indictment. And we're going to tell the story. And a lot of people who've come out to support us are going to be here. People from the Green Party and people from the Universal African Peoples Organization will be here. And there'll be other organizers and organizations here. And you'll have an opportunity to meet all and hear from all of the unindicted, right now, the so-called 4 unindicted co-conspirators. You'll meet at least one of the lawyers and maybe more than one of the lawyers who will be here as well. And that's going to be at the Uhuru House. And you can get information on that by going to where? INPDUM. What is it? INPDUM. How do you say NPDUM? INPDUM?
Yes, Chair.
.org. INPDUM.org. And that's going to be 3 Central Time. Is that right? Correct. And 4 Eastern Time. And then what? 1 Pacific Time. And I'm sorry, say it again. It's going to be live stream on INPDUM's Facebook. So please come out to that. That's going to be an extraordinarily important meeting that we'll be having on tomorrow. Get a chance to meet the lawyers, get a chance to get more information on the indictment, the likelihood of indictment and that kind of thing, and get a chance to hear. Because, for example, there's one comrade who they kidnapped on October 31st on bogus charges. And then when they got him down to the jail, they started questioning him about the party, like it didn't have nothing to do with the stuff they're talking about now. They want to know membership. And like, you know, we say, like Malcolm used to say, those who say don't know and those who know don't say. So anyway, please be alerted to these upcoming events. Thank you so much. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Is there a solidarity thing that's happening over the weekend, over the next couple of days? I've got it all. Is there a study on Sunday?
Tomorrow is a study.
So there is a...
Sunday at the time of the study is the year in review.
Okay, I
see.
For the African People's Socialist Party. Okay, that's the year in review for the African People's Socialist Party will be
at the normal time, 10 a.m. Eastern.
Also, let me just also say this, something that I'm working on with the Hands Off the Uhuru movement. I mean, but we're like really all one. But we know that MLK weekend is coming up. And we know that this government terrorized him and took actions to lead to his murder. In fact, a jury in Memphis, Tennessee found the government guilty of conspiring to murder him. They tried to encourage King to commit suicide. They did everything possible to take him down. And this is what they always do to Black people, especially Black people who are fighting for our liberation. They do everything they can from the time they illegally occupied these shores and kidnapped us over here. They have always been on the side that was against us, always. And they did that with King. And of course, now that King's assassinated, they want to hijack and pimp this struggle as they do. And they're going to be having all these phony baloney celebrations about King. But we're calling on people to hold demonstrations on Martin Luther King weekend in front of these federal buildings, holding this government to the carpet, calling them out for the murderers that they are, how they took out King, and also condemning their actions against the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So people can go to handsoffuhuru.org, organize activities, whatever activities that you can organize. I'm still working on organizing for Newark, and I'm gonna get that information out real soon as I get the place, we're going for permits, but even if we don't get a permit, we're gonna do it. We're just gonna find another way to do it if we have to, and in front of one of these federal buildings or federal sites. And that's what we're asking people to do. We got to recapture our narratives. I know people have them, but we got to recapture it strongly and say, no, you're the ones who killed King. You've done this to every one of us. Nelson Mandela, and I know that people are not necessarily, there's contradictions about who he really was and all of that, but make no mistake about it. The United States was on the side of the apartheid government. It was the ANC and other forces who they call terrorists, and Nelson Mandela was on the terrorist list until 2008. So even when he was the president of South Africa, he was still on the United States terrorist list. So always, no matter who it was, always, they have been against us.
We have to close.
Yes.
Yeah, could you repeat the org phone number, please?
This is the phone number to
BIBC.
Uhuru Black is back.
786. 786-505-9859. 786-505-9859 or info@blackisbackcoalition.org to email. Uhuru, comrades, great webinar. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Fist up,
I
fight
can
back.
hear, so I can hear you. Do we have the final update on the money? Please. I guess everybody's gone. All right. All right, comrade.
No, the number I have is 1,731. I was checking to see if I had gotten any other messages, Chairman. No, I'm sorry, actually. There should be, okay, Anonymous did make that contribution. So yes, 1,731. And thank you, Anonymous, for making sure that before the webinar ended, the contribution.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Black is back, Uhuru.
Black is back.
Black is back. Uhuru. Everybody can open up their cameras. Whoever want to open up their cameras now. We're out of here. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Back, Uhuru.
And the government done open up a can of whip ass because we're going to kick ass.
This was an excellent webinar presentation. I thank everyone for participating on today. Thank you for doing such a phenomenal job. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Love you, Sister Lisa.
Yes, love you right back.
Thank you, Sister Amanda, for fighting for our babies and our families, and Comrade Youssef for helping to train Black working class intellectuals. Thank you, Comrades Uhuru.
Yes.